Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021.
Thank you very much. I see Mr. Libete is ready. Can you let him take the oath, Irene?
Okay, Josh. Mr. Libete, do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, my lady.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me, Lord.
Witness is Tony.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, my lady. Advocate Sibaraya.
Good morning, Mr. Sibara.
Yes, I'm sorry to interject. I've got a message from Advocate Kotka.
Yes.
He's representing Rochelle Gordon. The witness won't be available today. The witness, she's indisposed. And I'm informed that there's a letter.
He's representing who?
Rochelle Gordon.
Yes.
Miss Rochelle Gordon. She advises me that the witness is indisposed today. There's a letter which was the doctor's note, which was sent to the evidence leader, Advocate Lay, to that effect. Unfortunately, Advocate Kotka, she's having some technical problems to connect.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Late, do you confirm?
I confirm that, my lady. I've also discussed the matter with Advocate Kotka. I think we are going to let her evidence stand over till next year. So the next witness will then be Hannah Jacobus. So I just want to inform.
Before we proceed with the next witnesses, what we must do is to try and finalize. I know we had a predicament regarding the legal representatives of the other people whom we're trying to assist to get legal representation. But we shouldn't forget that Mr. Libete was supposed to be cross-examined. At that stage, I think Tiseto now has secured legal representation. So Mr. Manamela, on behalf of Mr. Tiseto Malebe, is he available today to proceed with the cross-examination of this witness? Because some of the council representatives of the other officials and the other parties have already indicated that they were not going to cross-examine Mr. Litebe. I just wanted us to finalize his evidence so that we can allow Ms. Siboko to do what the so-called re-examination or so-called cross-examination. Let's allow Mr. Manamela to proceed, and then so that Mr. Siboko can deal with whatever she can deal with, and then we proceed with the evidence of Mr. Dr. Musenori. Is it Mr. Musenori? Yes. Yes.
That's correct.
Yes, that's where we were.
The next witness after Mr. Musenori would have been Rochelle Gordon. But we are going to move her evidence further on. The next witness after her will be called. Yeah.
So then she was following after Dr. Mr. Musenori.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. But in any event, there won't be any problem as of now because we must first finalize the two's evidence. Yes, even if you don't move her, let's see what we can do with the two witnesses. Thank you very much. Mr. Manamela?
As it please the court, Your Ladyship, we will not be cross-examining.
I hope I'm not leaving anyone behind other than those for whose cross-examination has been reserved due to them not having legal representation as of now. I'm going to allow Ms. Siboko to proceed.
As a copy, my lady.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Libeta.
Morning, Advocate.
Your evidence has been taken in quite a while ago. For that reason, I'm just going to start with a brief recap so that the few issues which I need to clear with you can make sense to you, if it pleases you, my lady.
Yes, proceed, ma'am.
As the court pleases. Mr. Libete, since when you were testifying that the activities that you and the witness who testified under before you or after you, Mr. Mosenuri, does not necessarily follow the hierarchy within the department. Am I correct in that assumption?
My lady, you're not very audible, Advocate. It looks like you keep cutting.
Yes, I think I heard that. I thought it was me alone.
Okay.
Just check your connectivity. If you may, you can just exit the meeting and rejoin, please.
Okay, my lady. Let me try first to move spaces and see if I'm better. If not, I will move to a different office.
Just continue so that we can hear you.
Right. Mr. Lebete, when you and Mr. Mosenuri were testifying, I got a sense that activities that you and by you, I mean you and him, undertake within the department do not necessarily follow the hierarchy of the organogram. Was I correct in that assumption?
Just before that, can you hear him? Can I find out from the other her colleagues? Is she now audible?
She's audible, my lady.
From my side, she's not. And I just picked up that she made reference to Mr. Mosenuri, whom we represent. Thank you, my lady.
My lady,
any other person who's having problems so that we can find out what could be the problem? Can you all hear Ms. Siboko?
My lady, I think even her camera, it's a bit poor.
Yes, it's
very blurry.
Okay. My lady, if you allow me a moment, I'm going to move to the office of Mr. Late because I'm waiting from the DP.
Please do. Yes, we proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Libete, I'm going to try again. When you and Mr. Mosenuri were testifying, I got a sense that the activities that you, him, and other witnesses undertake within the department or undertook in the department in respect of the project the Life Esidimeni project does not necessarily follow the hierarchy of the organogram of the department.
Thanks, my lady. It's indeed true if you look at the teams, because what happens is that there's a hierarchy of the department, the functional one, and there's a hierarchy of the project team. So you may note that in the project team at some stage, Mem Mazamisa, Dr. Mazamisa, being the Chief Director of Clinical Services, who is the head for Dr. Manamela. But when Dr. Manamela takes over the deputy chairmanship of the project, then that's where the difference is. Like myself, I happened to be part of the team with explanations, but the project team was basically led by Mr. Musenu, while I'm the DG. I think that's the situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
When I listened to your evidence and Mr. Musonyo's, I got the impression that your role
Continue.
My lady, I think Mr. Libete is still, I see him talking on the video. I don't know, is it playing back or?
Something is not right, I think.
He's not audible.
Okay.
Mr. Libete?
My lady, I'm not talking. I finished talking.
I think it was slow because when he was responding to the previous question, I didn't. Yes. When I looked at the mouth, he was not talking, but I was hearing the voice.
Okay.
I don't know. Right. I don't know. Maybe you should deal with it. Where is Mr. Late?
He's here with me
because it's like as we speak, he looks as if he's talking, and it doesn't look. Are you talking now, Mr. Libete?
No, I'm not talking. I'm quiet.
Okay. I just hope.
My lady, I'll proceed and then I'll hear if something.
Continue.
I also got the impression that your roles straddles the operational and strategic functions of the department and also those of this special project of Life Esidimeni. Was I correct in that conclusion?
Yes, it is true.
Okay. My re-examination or examination of you today is going to be largely based on what Mr. Musunichi's evidence was, just a few aspects thereof. To assist you, I'm just going to give you a quick recap of his evidence, especially where it implicates you, so to speak, not necessarily meaning that he's accusing you of anything, but where it mentions you.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Now, Mr. Musenuchi's evidence is that on the 5th of November 2015, he was invited into the Life Esidimeni project, and that on the 10th of November 2015, he was briefed and appointed by the HOD in the Life Esidimeni project as its coordinator or project leader. Do you agree with that evidence of Mr. Musenuchi?
Well, yes, I do, although I am not sure when the HOD did briefing.
Okay.
But yes, indeed, it's true.
In a document which is called the project plan, which Mr. Mosenogi prepared, he mentioned you as one of the project members, and he identifies you as an ex officio member of the project. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Mosenogi is also correct when he says, on 10 December 2015, you attended a meeting of stakeholders where the decision to terminate the life Esidimeni contract was announced. He's correct also?
Yes.
Continue.
Mr. Mosenogi says, and you confirmed, although in different words, that on 29 January 2016, at a meeting of stakeholders or role players, the MEC addressed that meeting and she cited as one of the reasons for the termination of the life Esidimeni contract budgetary constraints and the fact that the life Esidimeni contract is an evergreen contract which violates the Public Finance Management Act. That's correct?
Yes, it is, but I would be a little comfortable if I was following this somewhere where maybe in the case line or something like that. Yes.
All right. Do you have your gadget in front of you?
Yes.
If you go to page, my lady, I don't know if you have this, well, the transcript has been uploaded on case lines, and where I've taken the witness to right now is page 34569.
Just a moment. I do have cases.
Mr. Mosenogi.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute, advocate. Let me just get some. It will help. Just a moment.
My lady, if the court could just bear with me for a minute, I think the witness is battling to access the page I've referred him to.
Oh, the file.
Page number. My page has put the page number in there.
Okay.
What's the page number she referred you to?
Yeah. Thank you.
What's the page number?
34569.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Awesome. Thank you. And yes, I can see the page.
Okay. May I proceed, Mr. Libete?
Yes, please, Advocate.
On a question by Mr. Late to Mr. Mosenukhi regarding the NGO Precious Angels, pertinently whether or not Precious Angels was suitable to house users. Remember, Precious Angels is a NGO where we experience deaths as well.
Yes.
Mr. Mosenukhi's evidence to her ladyship was that the deaths were and I quote him, he says, the deaths were the after effect of the movement. Do you agree with him?
It can be patently true. It's not necessarily that the death may have resulted from their having been moved, because we don't as yet have a postmortems thereof. So we can't make a blanket statement that it's the movement that resulted in their deaths.
So you disagree?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Mosenukhi's evidence was that Dr. Manamela and her team of the district mental coordinating team were responsible for applications and identification of NGOs who were later to be identified as service providers for accommodating patients who were coming from Life Esidimeni, correct?
Yes, I agree.
Did you participate in this project?
No, I did not.
Continue.
On questioning by my learned senior, Mr. van der Berg, he referred to you as an innocent bystander. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
However, my colleague, Advocate Matlape, on behalf of Mr. Mosenukhi, disagreed with you when you, in your evidence, informed her ladyship that your participation in the project was straddled. In fact, your words were there were gaps. The import of Ms. Matlape's evidence was that Mr. Mosenukhi disagrees that you were not operational.
Just a second, I'm sorry to interject you. Ms. Matlape never testified. You are saying Mr. Matlape's evidence. Just rectify that for the purpose of the record.
I beg your pardon, my lady. I meant Ms. Matlape on behalf of Mr. Mosenukhi.
Yes, refer to the evidence of Mr. Mosenukhi, not Ms. Matlape. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Mosenukhi says you were operational and you were not a bystander, as you had testified. Do you want to clarify that aspect, please?
Thank you, my lady. I think the court may have noted that I did mention that I end up sounding like a broken record. But the problem here is that there are normal operational things in the department, and then there is a project which happens within the department. I think the biggest problem that we have happens to be systemic, in that there were no lines between the project and the general running of the programs of the department. Now, there's a hierarchy of the department. There's a hierarchy of the project. But some members of the department who are in the hierarchy of the department happens to belong within the project. And hence, at the end of it all, it ends up, you know, fuzzing up the responsibilities, in that at some stage, when you take activity as a senior manager, and that activity relates to the project, which may be having a project manager, it seems like you are usurping the responsibilities, which is not supposed to be the case in terms of project and program participation. Remember, the Life Esidimeni happens to be a project with a start and an end date. And we
have got that evidence. Just a second, Mr. Libet. We have got that evidence on record.
Okay.
What council wants to know? Can you hear me?
I'm listening, my lady.
Yes, I hear now you're coming with a very long explanation. We have got your evidence on record.
Okay.
What council wants you to clarify here? Were you a bystander or were you operational in this particular project? Let's not cloud this record with a lot of things. We are aware that indeed this project was running within the department. If you can just go straight to the point, please.
I wasn't operational in this project, but where I came in was as a member of the executive from time to time. Let me stop there, my lady.
Thank you.
Hold on, I don't hear.
Audio.
Yeah, I don't hear.
Can you hear me?
You, I do hear. I didn't hear council.
Okay, council has not said anything. I see. Do I see a hand from you, Mr. Late? Or is that?
No, my lady. It's not Mr. Late.
Okay.
Oh, it's yourself.
No, I don't know who it is. But it's not Mr. Late either. He's sitting here with me.
Is it Mr. Mapianya or who? There is a hand that I see here. Who is that?
No,
can you
not
please
me,
put your hand down so that you shouldn't disrupt the proceedings? Mr. Mapianya, is that yourself? Please put your hand down so that we can proceed. Unless if you want, there is something that you want to submit before court.
Oh, my lady, my hand is not up.
Please put it down because I can see it is up.
Oh.
It's still up as I'm speaking to you now. I don't know, because I don't know whether others see what I'm seeing.
Not on my side. I don't see a raised hand,
yes,
my lady.
But I can see it myself. Okay, I'll just ignore it. Let's proceed.
If I may, through you, my lady, refer the witness to case lines page 1236.
1236.
36. Yes, my lady.
1236.
Just bear with me.
Yes,
Let me go there. Just wait for me, please. Yes, you may proceed.
Mr. Libeta, this document actually starts at 1232. It is minutes of a meeting held on the 6th of January 2016. at in the HOD's office. At 1236, I want to draw your attention to clause number 2 of the minute.
Yes.
Where the heading is attendance and apologies.
Yes, I'm looking at it, Councillor.
On which page is that? 1236.
Paragraph 2 is on page 1333, my lady.
1233.
Is paragraph 2 where I want to start?
Well, the page is 1233 or
1233, my lady.
Okay. Just go there quickly. Yes. Clause 2, yes.
Yes.
Attendance and apologies.
Correct.
Yes.
There we read, Mr. Libete, that the HOD mentions that you'll only be joining the meeting at a later stage due to other pressing departmental commitments. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that, Councillor.
Now, how does that relate to your evidence that your participation was not full-time?
Yes, it's from these issues that I had been indicating that my participation was basically partial, in, out, end of the meeting, start of the meeting. So I think this indicates or verifies what I had been saying all along. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may refer you firstly, my lady, to case lines 3, 4, 4, 5, 8.
Three, 4, 4, 4, 5, 8.
Correct, my lady.
Is it in the transcript now?
Yes, my lady.
Yes. It should, the correct number should be 3, 4, 4, 5, 8. Am I correct?
Yes, my lady.
All right.
Mr. Libete, if you are there, on this page, what you see is when my learned friend, Ms. Matlape, was questioning you in respect of the meeting of 10 December 2015. This was a meeting chaired by Mr. Musenuhi. And on the next page, Ms. Musenuhi refers you to item 5 of that meeting of 10 December, which your ladyship will find on page 123. The meeting starts at 123, but specifically item 5 starts at page 1216.
1, 2, 3.
You don't have to go to 1216, Mr. Libete. It's already transcribed for you in page 34459. If you just turn over that same page.
Just a minute. 34459. Yes, and finding it. Yes, and
why do you see there where you are quoted along 920 on page 34459?
920. Let me go. Yes.
Please tell her ladyship the circumstances under which you made that comment that you made there, where it says it is important that we, open quote, it is important that we eliminate challenges as the committee in dealing with issues raised in this meeting. Need to debate and give a real picture of current situation, have robust discussions as a team to fold issues, close quote.
Thank you, my lady. You know, the fact that my name is mentioned in the project team doesn't take away the fact that I'm the DDG clinical services. But this, I think, it happened at the end of the meeting, which I didn't start with, which means in coming in, I was briefed of the issues and then joined in. But what I was doing here was encouraging and motivating the team to get to do what is right, so that we have a real picture, having had robust discussions of the issues that we are dealing with, so that we should minimize challenges. Thank you, Mali.
Thank you.
Did you say you arrived late at this meeting?
Yes,
my lady, if
just a second.
I'm so sorry for the interruption, my lady. I just want to point out something to my learned colleague. I see the transcription was typed incorrectly. If you go to the original document, item 5 says illuminate, not eliminate. I do not know if that will.
So is that only the spelling mistake or?
Well, I think the interpretation of the word is different, but I would just like to point that out to my little colleague.
Come again?
It says eliminate on the translation, but the original says illuminate, I-L, illuminate, not eliminate. I don't know if that makes a difference in the question. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Zakot, please. Mr. Musimiliko, did you say you joined this meeting late?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
My lady, if you go up to page 1214 of the same document.
1214.
Yes, my lady, just 2 pages up, a few pages up, the same document. Paragraph 1, my lady, opening and welcome.
Yes.
Mr. Libete, if you are there on paragraph 1, we can see the last sentence there reads, Dr. Libete will be joining the meeting at a later stage to chair on behalf of the HOD. You accept that as correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Now,
yes.
An aspect which you were cross-examined on by my learned friend, Ms. Matlape, is also still on paragraph 5 on page 218 now, where the meeting records that open quote needs to have a vision. My lady, I'll wait for you to get to the paragraph.
There, it's fine. Yes.
Okay.
Paragraph what?
On page 218 of the same document, it will be the first bullet point.
Page 2.
Page 2, sorry, page 1218.
1218, okay. 1218.
Did you get that?
Are you there, Mr. Lebete?
Dr.
Yes, I am in
the first
yes,
one.
I am in page 1218. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
So
I'm looking
the
at
paragraph is already, yes, it's already on the transcript on page 34460. I will not read it in, but I just want to take you to a line there. It is the line that says, the question of the SLA gives the department an opportunity to tie them up. Do you see that line?
Yes.
What is the them that you are referring to there? When you say tie them up, what or whom are you referring to?
Well, if it's an SLA, it means it's something between two parties, and here there is the department. So obviously it may, because the meeting is about discussing live Esidimeni, who indeed have an SLA with the department, I suppose it refers to them.
Who is them?
To live Esidimeni. And I'm saying this in reference to the SLA.
So this is the two parties will be live Esidimeni and the Department
of Health and the Department of Health, yes.
Thank you.
And because the SLA is an agreement between the two parties, tying any of the parties to the SLA, it means insisting on the party delivering what the SLA requests of them to do. Thank you.
Continue.
Mr. Musenuchi says the MEC specifically asked you and the HOD to drive the process.
I'm listening, Councillor.
So the question, Ms. Matlapi's exact words was, by reading to you on page, when she read to you on page 1218, where we were now, her question was that the MEC's directive that the HOD and Dr. Lebete have to drive this process, have to provide leadership. You were providing leadership, is that correct? Now, taking you back where you told her ladyship that...
Can you first answer? You have just asked a question. Can you first answer that, unless if it's not a question? You just after putting the statement, you said, is that correct? Can the witness first answer before you proceed?
Maybe for me to be able to follow nicely, can I request counsel to repeat the question?
Is it correct that the MEC by saying you and the HOD should drive this process. Is Mr. Mosenogi's understanding thereof correct when he assumes that the MEC said you and the HOD should run the Life Esidimeni project?
And show leadership.
And show leadership, yes.
No, I don't think his interpretation is correct. That is, if his statements flow from the letter that was written by the MEC. So if the reasoning flows from that letter, then that is not the case. Although it's correct for the MEC to demand leadership almost from everyone, but the circumstances in which the short letter that was written by the MEC is not directly related to the project. It's related to part of the project. I think it had to part of the project. It had to do with the court case.
Something is wrong. We can't hear you. If you may.
Hello.
Yes, we.
Yeah, I had.
Yes, just explain. We want to understand your understanding of the letter. What did you say?
The letter, the short letter of the MEC, which
you
was
said
written.
It doesn't relate to the project. It relates to part of it, and.
Yeah, which is at that stage was the court case. It's the letter that gave effect to the court case. So the demand of the letter was that the HOD, Libete, and Dr. Manamela, which was CC'd to the lawyers that were acting for the department. So that's why the leadership part came in. Is it possible that we could see the letter?
Okay, just hold on. We don't need the letter now for current purposes. I want you to please, through your ladyship, go to page 1216 of the same document.
1216. Yes.
Are you there?
It's not showing the pages. 1216, just a minute. The writings were just small. I tried to increase the size. So I go to page 1216. It's what pages? It's not loaded. 1, 2, okay. It's loading slowly. Okay, we are likely to get there now. 1, 2. You see, advocate.
If you move too fast, it takes some time.
Mr. Late, can you assist if you are next to him?
What page does she want?
1216. Okay. Yes, I'm in page 1216. Thanks, Advocate.
We have agreed that these are the meeting minutes of 10 December 2015. This was the meeting chaired by Mr. Mosenukhi himself.
Yes.
And at the end of page 1216, there where it says project office.
Yes.
Go to the right-hand column and read into the record who the project office overall management is.
Project office bullet 1, it says it's Mr. M. Mosenukhi as a convener. And bullet 2 is Dr. M. Manamela as the deputy convener.
And on the right-hand side?
It's saying it has 1, 2, 3, and it's for overall management of project and to ensure record keeping of all documents and follow-up action plans.
In your evidence, you had said, even Mr. Mosenukhi, in his own documents, you said that he was the project leader of Life Esidimeni as a project, and his deputy within the project Life Esidimeni was Dr. Manamela. Am I correct to say that this minute of Mr. Mosenukhi himself confirms that hierarchy of the project?
Yes, it does. Thank you, my lady.
Stockcourt business, my lady. Mr. Libete, if I may, through her ladyship, refer you to page 354.
354.
Is that, where is it? Is it still in the transcript?
In case lines, my lady, page 354.
Okay.
I am in page 354. Dr. Sophie Thelma Lengwane.
Yes.
In respect of Thelma Lengwane, you were asked on behalf of Mr. Mosenukhi that the NGOs were complaining. There were undertakings by the department, and you included for purposes of this item, that other meetings would be reconvened, but those meetings never took place. And this is despite the plea from the NGOs, specifically Ms. Lengwane or Dr. Lengwane. In this instance, she says a meeting was undertaken, she spoke to you, and that meeting did not happen. Do you know why was that?
Yes, I do know. Dr. Lengwane, I think, came to me as the DDG, and she had a challenge. It means she moved out of the project team to come to me for assistance, and I think that emanates from my being accessible. But due to the multiplicity of things that I have to do, I had said to them I was going to convene the meeting but unfortunately, it never happened. But this is what usually happens to me, and it's unfortunate that it had to be. But the circumstances are as I outlined them. Thank you.
My lady, if the court could just give me a moment just to go through my notes, I think I'm done. All right. I have no further questions for the witness, my lady.
Thank you very much. Is it time to excuse the witness now? Is it time to excuse him?
My lady, if there is nothing from my colleagues, I request that Dr. Libete be excused from the proceedings.
Yes, I think there's no one now after you, unless if I don't think there is anyone as of now. Thank you very much, Dr. Libete, for your evidence. Thank you. You are therefore excused. You may step down.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, the court. Thanks to the court.
Ms. Ramaimela.
My lady?
Yes. What are the arrangements with regard to your witness?
The arrangements are that my witness is attending at chambers so that he's closer to Mr. Late's office. But Ms. Matlape tells me that Advocate Maite's hand is up. So I'm trying to search.
Can we?
Maybe she wanted to say something.
Before the witness leaves?
Before Dr. Libete leaves.
Miss
Yes, my hand was up. My hand was up, my lady, but thankfully the witness did not say anything that requires me to cross-examine him on. So my hand was lowered, therefore.
Oh, okay. So
thank you, my lady.
He can leave. Thank you very much.
He may. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Late, what are the arrangements with regard to the Mr. Musenohi?
My colleague is that Ms. Musenohi will attend her chambers because I'm alone here and I don't have anybody to assist the witness in searching the case lines and so forth.
Should we take a few minutes adjournment, or maybe because it's 11 o'clock, we can take a tea adjournment, and then after 15 minutes, maybe arrangements will be made so that we can proceed.
Milady, can I just establish, I'm a little bit confused. Is the witness attending and testifying from my chamber, or he has to make his way to the offices of the NPA?
I don't know how you do it, but we did it previously. I just want to hear the evidence. I don't know what was the arrangements. I don't think.
Perhaps I should ask through you.
Can you please clear the matter?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Late?
I requested that the witness testify from the chambers of my colleague because I am not able to assist him as I am leading him.
As the
I'm alone in the office.
Will you sort it out now during the tea break?
Thank you, my lady. We will do so.
But is it possible that the witness will be assisted?
Well, my lady, I'm sitting with Advocate Matlape. She can assist the witness. So we don't have a problem if the witness attends here at my chambers.
Okay, it's 11 o'clock now. We will resume at 11:15. Thank you very much. The court will take a tea adjournment. Thank you.
Yes, please, the court.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
The court pleases, my lady.
If I can just be granted a 2-minute indulgence, Mr. Mosenuchi's laptop is not connecting, so we are trying to connect him on his cell phone or any other device. I've got a tablet here. We're trying to connect him so that his face is on that particular device, and Ms. Matlapi's laptop, she can navigate case line for him.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay.
My lady,
Ms. Governor, I saw you had a hand on. I noted you, but I just didn't want to engage you before the tea break. Yes.
My lady, while my colleagues trying to resolve the connectivity issue, I have canvassed this issue with some of my colleagues, not all, but I would like to cross-examine Mr. Mosenochi first. The tender was made to me by Mr. Pinar, and he said even though as a matter of seniority I would fall later in line, he's happy for me to cross-examine first. I'd like to take the opportunity to do that unless any of my colleagues have an objection, purely because I won't be here from Wednesday to Friday. I will have a colleague standing in for me.
Okay.
And I have prepared the cross-examination for.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll give you that opportunity. If I may, is there any objection to that? If I may find out?
Lady, we have no objection.
No objection, lady.
No objection.
May it please report, my lady, no objection.
All right.
No objection, my lady.
No objection, my lady. That our client is having difficulties with connectivity, but we are going to be proceeding.
Okay.
Dr. Manamela. Thank you, my lady.
lady, we're just having a problem with feedback, but lady, we were having a problem with feedback.
Can I please try to
There's an
assist,
echo. Iris, please
Ramamela? If you are in the same room with Mr. Mosenogi, the other one must switch off the speaker when the other and the microphone when the other one is speaking, or otherwise be in separate rooms. So the other one must switch off the speaker and listen through the other one's speakers. If both speakers are on, it will create an echo.
My lady, if possible, I would suggest that they move to different offices. The person who's asking the questions and the person who's answering the questions. That will be better. Because it's difficult to.
But what happened? How did Mr. Mosenogi testify the other day? Because we never encountered problems.
That's when we had the problems, my lady. When I had to switch off my microphone and he had to switch on his, and it's getting confusing. So it's better that if he sits in another office only with one IT device, and she sits in another office with another IT device, if possible.
Miss Ramaimela? We're waiting for you.
My lady?
Yes, we want to know what is it that you're trying to do.
I can't hear the court, and I couldn't hear Mr. Late also.
Now, you can't hear me as I'm speaking.
My lady?
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. I couldn't hear Mr. Late. We were having a problem with the feedback from Mr. Mosenogi's cell phone, the one that he's using to connect.
Is he not next to you?
We are all in the same room, but Advocate Mahlape managed to sort out the feedback. Okay. Now all that we are waiting is for him to get back on the screen. Mr. Mus.
But now, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, my lady.
Mr. Late, say something so that we can check if she can hear you. Mr. Late?
I'm here, my lady.
Yes, just say something so that we can check if she can hear you.
My suggestion was that they go to different offices so that there are not two IT devices in one office.
Okay, can you hear him?
Yes, I can hear Mr. Late, but Advocate Mahlape tells me that they are now sorted. I'm just waiting for Mr. Mosenogi's face to get on the team.
We can see him now.
Oh,
he's much clearer now. Yes.
I can't hear. So I'm just going to go off the screen, my lady. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Mosenogi.
Good morning, Judge.
How are you today?
I'm fine, Judge. And how are you?
I'm good. Irene, can you let him take the oath?
My lady, before he takes the oath, can they just bend the screen a bit? I can see his overhead, his face, his brows. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Mosenogi, do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, I don't have, Your Honor.
Can you please state your full names and surname for record?
My name is Levi Molefi Mosenogi.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Witnesses, Sonny?
Yes, I think this is time for cross-examination. Am I correct? Before we start, you had just finished. He has just finished his, I think, his evidence in chief previously. So this was time for cross-examination. Am I correct or am I talking alone?
I believe that to be correct.
Yes, Ms. Govender, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Could I ask Mr. Late to, oh, there we go. My lady, I don't see Mr. Mosenogi's picture on the screen, but I'm happy to proceed without that.
You don't see him?
My lady,
no.
sorry to disturb Ms. Govender. Can I just propose that Mr. Mosenogi use my laptop because we are having a problem of feedback in the office?
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Please, you must sort your things out before we start with the proceedings, because now this is taking our time.
Yes, my lady, but we were under the impression that he's just attending here so that he's closer to the NPA and then driving to there. Mr. Mosenogi, here you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, my lady. Might I proceed?
Yes, proceed.
Before I start to ask Mr. Mosenogi questions, can I just inquire from my colleague whether he has his two statements in front of him that we've marked exhibits F1 and F2?
Ms. Govender, we don't have them, but Mr. Mosenogi is sitting right next to Advocate Matlape, who will be navigating case line so that she can show him the documents.
You can just provide the pages.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mosenogi.
Good morning, Advocate.
I'd like to start with exhibit F2, which starts at page 534 on case lines, and specifically paragraph 3.
Yes.
Do you have the page with you before?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
So won't you take a moment to just read paragraph 3 before I put my question to you?
Yes, continue.
Okay, let me read it. Okay.
Thank you, sir. So you refer in the last sentence of paragraph 3 to the various skill sets of the members of the project team. For example, HR, finance, clinical, mental health, and infrastructure. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it correct that as the project manager for the Termination project that you would oversee that the project teams were performing their various duties in terms of their relevant skill set?
I was coordinating. The operative word was coordinating the various teams.
I see. Now, would I be correct that if
Mr. Govender, and allow your colleagues also to take notes?
As the court pleases, my lady. My lady, I can't see you, so would you please let me know when you're happy for me to proceed?
No, proceed, it's fine. It's just that I don't want to lose this page. That is the reason maybe you can't see me.
Yes, no
Continue.
problem, my lady. Okay. Would I be correct that if a member of the project team did not bring a problem or concern to your attention, that you would be unaware of that problem?
Come again?
Would I be correct that if a member of the project team did not bring a concern or problem to Mr. Mosenogi's attention, he would be unaware of the problem.
Yes, because the members of the team, basically they were responsible managers in their various programs. HR was run by a chief director, HR, just like that. So most of them were actually responsible for their particular program. They just came into the team to be able, so that I can coordinate and hear their reports.
I see. But one would expect big issues to be brought to your attention during the regular engagement with the project team, correct?
They were doing their work as members of the, in terms of specified work that they needed to do for the project. So every now and then when we met, they reported progress in terms of the work that they are supposed to do.
Yes, and similarly, if there were any problems during your regular engagement with them, it would be reasonable for you to expect them to communicate problems. Do you agree?
Yes, challenges and problems, yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go to your other statement, specifically an annexure thereto at page 1108.
Page?
1108.
What is the page number?
1108.
It's not the statement, the page where I am. I don't know.
It's an annexure to the statement, my lady.
Yes, okay, that's fine.
Mr. Mosenogi, are you there, sir?
We're still trying to get there.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I can see it, although it's not very clear, but I can see.
Okay, in terms of your statement, you referred to reports that were compiled by the project team led by yourself, and this is an example of the reports so compiled for submission to Ms. Matlangu and others. Do you agree?
For presentation to the meeting that will be led by Mrs. Matlangu as the chairperson.
Correct.
I beg your pardon, my lady.
Yes, I'm listening.
I don't want to unnecessarily interrupt my learned friend, but at the request of her senior, Mr. Houders, I uploaded a much better version of all the annexes to Mr. Mosenogi's statement on case lines. And I think it will be better if reference is made to the...
Because this is not that legible. That is why the witness is also complaining.
Yes, the new ones have been loaded. I did inform everybody under section 405 with the heading Mr. Mosenogi's documents. That is where all the rectified annexes were uploaded to case lines.
Thank you, Mr. Late.
I appreciate that it will be difficult for my learned friend to refer to that because I presume she prepared with the old version, but because Mr. Howard has asked me to have the correct version loaded up, I did it the last time when we called the city.
My lady, for immediate purposes, I'm not going to take Mr. Mosenogi through the report. So I'm indebted to Mr. Late for pointing that out, but I believe that Mr. Mosenogi has already confirmed the purpose of the reports, but I'm not going to be going into the body of the reports.
Okay, just check your notes before you proceed with the witness, because you heard the witness saying that he can't even read the document, but it's fine. Continue.
Yes, he confirmed that these were presentations that were given to Ms. Mahlangu as the erstwhile MEC. So that's fine. I just wanted to confirm that.
Okay.
Now, would it be accurate to state that if concerns were not tabled with you and they didn't find their way into the reports that you would present to Ms. Mahlangu, that she in turn would also not be aware of those concerns?
If they were not part of the presentation, but also in the meeting, because it was a meeting of the whole team was part of the meeting together with the executive team. So in discussing the presentation, issues might come up in the meeting, whether there are challenges so that they can be solved. So it will also be reflected in the minutes, maybe those discussions where there are challenges so that we can be able to handle them.
Yes, I agree with you. Okay.
But what is the answer to this question? If you can just rephrase this question, I don't understand his answer.
My lady, if I could assist, I understand his answer. His answer was that it wouldn't be limited to the presentation, also in the engagements during the meeting.
Yes, but your question, if I understood it, you want to know as to whether the fact that the concerns were not brought to his attention would mean that if they were not brought to his attention, they wouldn't be part of the reports and therefore would not have been brought to Dr. Mahlangu's attention. Is that I understood it? So I need to hear an answer. Is that what he's saying? It's not what he's saying. Mr. Mosenogi?
Your Honor, what I'm saying is that in terms of the presentation just allows us to structure the discussion of the report, of the feedback to the meeting.
Yes.
So basically, some of the challenges may arise out of the discussion because the presentation summarizes what we wanted to present to the executive.
It doesn't say record everything.
It doesn't record everything, it's just a presentation. But in the discussion, we'll be able to hear if there are problems in HR. We will discuss those problems and get some solutions.
Yes.
Yes.
But what Ms. Govender is asking you, isn't it? She started on the premise as to the fact that there were instances in any event. There are instances where problems or challenges are not brought to your attention. That's where she started. Now, if I understood her question, she wanted to know as to whether those concerns, if they were not brought to your attention, right, and they were not part of the reports that were submitted to Dr. Mahlangu, therefore, she would not have been aware of those. Am I correct, Ms. Before I leave the witness to answer, Ms. Govender?
That's correct, madam.
So we just need to know a yes or no, then you explain the other things, because I can't follow your answer.
What I'm saying, Your Honor, is that the presentation summarizes the feedback that we needed to put to the meeting. So in that regard, if there's nothing that in the presentation that speaks of challenges, she will not be able to know it. But the meeting is not just a presentation, it's a discussion. You present and there are discussions questions are asked and issues that have been left out of the presentation, but they are also discussed and solutions sought for those issues of challenges. Okay. So basically, in terms of the presentation, it highlights what needs to be there, but the discussions also issues might be pointed out that needed to be discussed.
Okay, thank you. Continue, Ms. Gavende.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Mosenochi, could we go to page 31659? I'll repeat, 31659. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm there.
Now, you can take your time, sir, to have a look at this document. It runs from 31659 to 31680. I won't be asking you any questions on the document, save to identify that this document is Dr. Manamela's final report on the project. Can you have a look and confirm that?
Yes, let me look at it. I'm just trying to go to the last page.
Okay, it ends at 31680.
Okay, yes, I can confirm is what was authored by Dr. Manamela.
Yes, it's a final report. Now, an annexure to that report is your presentation. Now, that is at page 31717. I'll repeat, 31717. Would you go there, please?
I'm there.
Now, if you ever look at this document, sir, and please take your time to acquaint yourself with it, it's a presentation by you dated 26 January 2018. And in this presentation, you reflect the number of NGOs that are ready to accept the MHCUs. Do you agree?
Let me look at the I'm trying to get a much more closer look at the document. It's not very clear, but that was the report that was presented for the first. I think it was one of the first meetings for the exec.
Come again?
It was one of my first report back to the executive, to Mrs. Matlangu and her executive.
So you confirm that you are providing the numbers of the NGOs which are ready to accept the MHCUs.
He confirmed that?
That the presentation reflects the number of NGOs that are ready to accept the mental health care users.
No, it's not. The presentation was outlining what is happening as far as the feedback of the meeting. You can see that the presentation was on the 26th January. And if you read my script, 26 we were commencing with the work that has been done. So it was highlighting what has been done, what is the report in terms of the mental health care unit, in terms of the NGOs that are there. So it's not saying that we are ready.
But does it not reflect which NGOs are capacitated to receive the MHCU, at least at that point? You can have a look at it, sir.
It was reflecting what is on the ground at that particular time. Because if you remember my evidence, I was saying that we actually, the job that I was given, actually I commenced it in January. So basically it was giving feedback in terms of what is obtainable at that time.
I see. And who provided the information to you that's reflected in your presentation?
The teams for what is reflected in terms of mental health unit, the NGOs, it was basically the team of mental health unit, because basically they are the ones who were performing the task in terms of the NGOs and other related activities of mental health.
I see. So if I follow, Dr. Manamela's final report attaches your report that we're looking at, but the underlying information you're saying was provided by her directorate. Is that accurate?
The information was provided by a directorate, but this is not the final, this is not, it doesn't reflect the final report, because the final report covers all other months outside January. It covers also the end of the project.
Okay, no, I accept it, but that's not exactly what I'm asking, but I hear you and I accept it. Now, is it accurate that you would have no reason to doubt the information provided to you by the Mental Health Care Directorate?
Yes, because before we drafted the report, we will sit together as the project team, and the project leaders of various task teams or sub-teams will be able to give feedback. And then I will sit with Dr. Manamela and put together a report that is going to be presented to the executive. And I will not have doubt, because we will have interrogated the report from various teams, and so that we can have a summarized report that will be presented to the executive.
So in the same vein that you had no reason to doubt the information being provided to you by the various teams, Ms. Matlangu had no reason to doubt the information provided by you as the team leader during the presentations and by the rest of the team. Do you agree?
Yes, because what we were presenting, we will be discussing, and out of that discussions, if there are any other issues that are not highlighted in the team, they will come front, they will come through.
I see. Let's go back to your statement now. That's Exhibit F2 at page 534. And we're going to specifically focus now on paragraph 4. So if you could please have a read through paragraph 4.
Yes, I've just read it.
All right. Now, in paragraph 4, you say that by February 2016, you realized that it would not be possible to move all the MHCUs by 31 March 2016. Am I correct that this is roughly about a month before the project is anticipated to end at that stage, correct?
Yes, you are correct, ma'am.
Now, when you testified, we had a look at the correspondence of 12 February 2016. Now, this is at, and you don't need to go there immediately, this is your annexure LM4 to your annexure F1, okay? And we saw that that copy was not very legible at page 1104, and we found a more legible copy at page 30205. So could you please go to the more legible copy at page 30205. Are you there, sir?
We're still looking at, trying to find it.
Okay.
Yes, I'm there.
Are you familiar with this email? It's annexure L4 to your statement F1. Have a look at it, and you can take your time to familiarize yourself with it.
But I'm aware because
I didn't get that.
Although it is failed here, but it's the email that I wrote.
Can you hear her? Can you hear me properly?
Yes, I can hear you, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Late, I think there's something wrong with his connection.
There's a very terrible loud voice. It's better now, but it's still there.
My lady, it's certainly not from my side. I muted myself to ensure that it wasn't from my side. I think it's from Mr. Mosenoki's side.
Yeah, because I just put the fan on now. I wanted to check with you if it doesn't make a sound. You don't hear that?
We do, my lady. I think that might be.
Maybe I should switch it off. Okay, it's fine because otherwise, but it's not it. I think I could just feel that I couldn't hear it.
Have we lost her ladyship?
It looks like it. Oh, there we go. Milady, are you able to hear?
Yes, let him say something so that we can hear.
Yes,
much better.
Yes,
much better. Yeah, I don't know whether you should repeat what you have been saying because I don't think
I was saying that the document is the one that I wrote to the MC.
Okay, page 30205.
Yes, the email.
Okay.
The email document.
Thank you, Mr. Mosenoki. Now, if we look at the beginning of this email, you address it to Ms. Matlangu, and then you say, MEC, my apologies for writing to you directly, especially as you are still resting at home. I pray that you get well soon and be back at work. Do you see that?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
Yes, and Ms. Matlangu will testify that The reason that you wrote that is that she was off sick at the time. She was unwell. Do you confirm that?
I wasn't aware whether he was sick, but I knew that he's at home.
I see, but you are wishing her well, sir. So one would imagine that she was unwell, correct?
I'm not sure. What I stated, she was at home.
If you look at, just read the first sentence first before you answer. It says, as you are still resting at home.
Yes.
And I pray that you get well soon and be back at work.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
So it means he was off sick.
Okay.
Now, if we have a look at this email, read with your statement F1, paragraph 12, and I know this might be a challenge because you don't have a separate statement. So I think just you familiarize yourself with this email, and then I'd like to take you to
F1, paragraph
12.
Yes.
Page 1058.
Yes.
Now, sir, Ms. Matlangu will testify that while your email of 12 February records the request of an extension for 6 to 12 months, when you met with her subsequent, you indicated that an extension of 3 months was sufficient.
Come again. Just before the witness answer, I want to hear the question properly.
As the court pleases. While the email of 12 February requests an extension of 6 to 12 months, when Mr. Mosenogi met with Ms. Matlangu, he indicated, and this was subsequent to the email, he indicated that an extension of 3 months was sufficient. And I've asked him to comment.
After I've written the email, as a result, I assumed that as a result of this email that the MEC granted us 3 months instead of 6 months or a year that I requested. I accepted the extension of 3 months, but I don't think I ever said it is sufficient.
Okay.
So if I understand...
Just a second, Miss.
As the court pleases.
Continue.
So, Mr. Mosenogi, if I understand your answer, you are disputing that you told Ms. Matlangu, subsequent to your email, that 3 months would be sufficient. Do I have it correct?
What I'm saying, advocate, is that I requested 6 months to a year, and I stated reasons why we should have that 6 months. But I don't remember. I accepted the extension of 3 months because then it gives us something to work on at least.
And you proceeded to say that you don't remember saying the 3 months was sufficient. That is your evidence, isn't it?
Yes, I don't remember. I don't remember ever saying
In
that.
other words, you deny, you disagree with Ms. Matlangu's evidence or whatever she wants to say to that regard, to say that you agreed or you said to her that the 3 months period was sufficient.
Yes, I accepted the 3 months extension, but I don't remember saying
you
that.
Disagree, yes, you disagree that you never said. In fact, you are saying you disagree with her statement to the effect that you said it was sufficient.
Yes.
Continue.
Now, let's go to F2 at page 535, paragraph 6. You can take your time and read paragraph 6 to acquaint yourself with it.
Yes, I've read it.
Do you agree that in paragraph 6, you were ultimately satisfied with the 3-month extension because of the assurances that you received from the Mental Health Directorate that there were enough beds to move the over 2,000 MHCUs?
As I said, I accepted the extension as given by the NHC, and I also was assured by mental health unit that we have enough beds.
So you were satisfied, sir?
I don't want to use the word satisfied, but I accepted the reason that we can work with the 3 months.
If you were not satisfied, then surely you would have asked for further extension, which you did not do.
That's what I say in that statement, that I did not request further extension because I was assured by the team that it's doable.
You were assured by the mental directorate that?
As I have stated, Your Honor, in the statement.
Paragraph 6.
Yeah, that I received assurance.
There will be enough beds.
Yes.
Continue.
My lady, I just want to note that I've asked a slightly different question. My last question was, if he was not satisfied, then he would have asked for further extension, which he did not do. And I understand that he confirms that.
Yes, if I was not happy, I would have asked for additional extension. But at that time, I did not ask for additional extension.
I see. And who specifically provided you these assurances that the NGOs had the requisite capacity? Who specifically in the Mental Health Directorate provided that reassurance to you?
I can't point to a person, but in terms of our interactions, because we were meeting almost on a weekly basis to look at the progress. I think from the reports and also from the assurance from the broader mental health team, it was possible that we'll achieve it.
I see. Now, Ms. Matlango will testify that she deferred to you and the project team's understanding of the termination project, because you were the men on the ground, immersed in the day-to-day issues from a multidisciplinary perspective. Your comment?
The team, yeah, not only myself.
All of you?
Yes.
So you confirm?
Yes, we gave her the reports, and from the report, if they were positive, she accepted.
But listen to these questions. Maybe the question should be properly directed to the witness. If you can just break it, Mr.
Sure, my lady. I do believe it's clear, but I'll rephrase. Okay. So, Ms. Matlango will testify that she deferred to you and the project team. So not just you, the entire team.
In other words, she left it in your hands.
My lady, might I just elaborate on that?
Yes, just do that.
She deferred to your understanding. And when I say your, I refer to you and the project team. She deferred to your understanding of the termination project because you were all the men on the ground, immersed in the day-to-day issues on the project. She was not on the ground. You and the team were on the ground. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Matlango will also testify, and I think it's common cause, that you did not ask for any further extensions. But had you asked, she would have had to apply her mind to the request. Your comment?
Yes, I've answered that I did not ask for further extensions.
I'd like to take you now, we are still in F2, specifically paragraphs 5 and paragraph 10, which are at pages 535 and 536 respectively. So if you could please have a look.
5
and paragraph 10.
Okay.
And they are at pages 535 and 536 respectively.
So I must read it first.
Yes, please, sir, if you could acquaint yourself with both paragraphs.
And then the other.
Paragraph 10 on page 536.
Yes, I've read it.
Now, sir, you'll agree that in both these paragraphs, you suggest the purchase of the facilities, correct?
Yeah, it was part of the letter of the 12th that maybe the alternative is also if we can purchase the 2 facilities, it will make our work much easier.
Yes. And Ms. Matlangu will testify that the purchase of the facilities was not in keeping with the strategy to deinstitutionalize MHCUs capable of deinstitutionalization, nor was there a budget for this purpose. Your comment?
My comment was that the alternative that I proposed was just to have a backup so that if there are problems, we can be able to use the facility, 1 or 2 facilities, to still have a latitude to keep people while we are transferring them. But basically, I agree that in terms of, it was just a proposal, and it was accepted by the HOD, and he requested me to get quotations. I did get quotations, but it was just to see how much it can be. And my thought when I was suggesting this was because if we terminate, it means we will have the money from the termination that we can use to buy those facilities, 1 or 2 of them. But it was never accepted, so we never went back to it.
Yes, but the reason for the termination was because the department couldn't afford these services. Do you agree?
My idea was that the money that we were using at that point to contract the service providers, some of the money could be used to at least purchase 1 or 2 of those facilities. But I was aware that in terms of the decision that was made before I undertook the project, one of the issues that were raised was that of budget constraint.
Yes. Now, if we look at paragraph 5 of your statement, that's page 535. You've just had a look at it and you've acquainted yourself with it already. You state that you were appointed as the project manager by Dr. Celebano after the MEC directed that you support the project. Correct?
That's correct.
Now, in paragraph 8 of your other statement, which is at page 1056, perhaps take your time and have a look at paragraph 8. It starts at 1055 to 1056.
Let me clarify those pages.
1055, the bottom of 1055, that's where paragraph 8 starts, and then it finishes on page 1056.
Okay. I think I'm on the correct page. I thought maybe I was lost. That's fine.
Yes.
Now, in this statement at paragraph 8, you say that the MEC directed that you become the project manager, and then you refer to your appointment letter at Annexure LM2. Now, your appointment letter is at page 1066 and 1067. Can you have a look at that?
Yes.
Now, if you ever look at your appointment letter, it's quite clear that it's Dr. Celebano who appoints you as the head of the project team, correct?
Yes, so how it works, may I clarify, Judge?
Yes, you may.
After the MEC has directed that I come into the picture, I think it was on the 5th of November during our quarterly reviews. Part of my work in the department was to prepare for quarterly reviews, and MEC chairs those quarterly reviews. So I was directed, after getting a report from progress in terms of the mental health unit, I was directed to go and assist because there was no satisfactory progress in terms of the termination project. So I did discuss, after the meeting, I did discuss with the HOD to understand what is the mandate, why MEC wants me to be part of the project. And through the discussion with the HOD, then it's myself who've drafted, in terms of my understanding, the letter that I have signed and gave to the HOD for not for myself, also for all other people who are supposed to be critical to the project. So I did sign that letter on the 10th, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Now, is it not so that if the MEC directed your appointment, but Dr. Celebano, for example, because we know the facts, didn't agree, then you wouldn't have appointed because it's ultimately his decision?
Dr. Celebano was the accounting officer. So whatever the policy head decides, political head decides, is implemented by the accounting officer. So I didn't see any discrepancy in that it's him who appointed me.
Now, your statement at Exhibit F1 that starts at page 1054, the statement that we are in at the moment, please remind me who prepared this statement for you?
Let me just see. I did prepare 2 or 3 statements. I think this one was after interrogation by the police people, the SAPS. But I was in that meeting, I was sitting with departmental legal representatives. But the statement was reported after the interview with the police. So basically, it was the police who wrote out of the interview what I have said. And I just read it and corrected whatever it needed to be corrected. And that's the statement, yes.
I see. Okay. Now, concerning the MEC's recommendation that you assist on the termination project, she will testify that immediately prior to this, you assisted on the Selby termination project, which was successfully completed without any concerns and which inspired confidence in her. Your comment?
Yes, it is true that before this one, I worked with the CEOs, relevant CEOs, after the termination of the contract with Selby. I worked with the CEOs as a team, just like similar.
I'm not sure, just a second. Continue. I couldn't hear you. That's why I wanted to find out from the others if they can hear you.
Okay.
My lady, I can hear him quite well.
Can you all hear this witness? Because at some stage he's breaking.
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Just, shall I repeat?
Did you hear everything that you were saying?
Yeah, I hear what.
Her ladyship's connection appears to be problematic.
Can you hear me, Miss Governor?
I can hear you now, my lady, but your picture is a bit blurry.
Yes, I can see here it says bad network quality. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I was asking your colleagues whether they were hearing the witness or is it the problem from my side?
My lady, I believe some of the colleagues, oh, there we go.
Yeah, my lady, I suspect the problem is a connectivity issue on your ladyship's line. I could hear.
Is it from my side?
I could hear the witness clearly, but your ladyship seemed to break up at times. I don't know what.
I agree. Let me just. Because I keep on saying I'm not hearing him. Let me just leave the meeting and rejoin.
Here's the court papers.
Let me know if I have some problems, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Am I better now, Mr. van Bergen?
Yes, my lady, it seems the picture quality and the sound has improved.
Okay, thank you very much. Please let me know. Yes, can we continue?
Yes, my lady. Shall I re-ask the question or shall the witness just repeat his answer?
Yes, you can just repeat your answer, Mr. Mosenogi.
Yes, my honor, that it is true that before I was roped in to assist with the life Esidimeni one, I was tasked to do some work with the Selby Park project, which I did complete. Which I did complete successfully, assisted by the relevant CEOs of the hospitals.
Okay.
Yes. Now, if we look at paragraph 4 of page 535, that's your statement F2. And you can have a moment to read it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So while I note that you say you're not an expert concerning NGOs, you clearly did have experience in termination projects because of the Selby termination project, correct?
Yes, the experience was because of the team members that I worked with. But yes, I'm not a technical person in terms of mental health, broadly.
Yes, we're in agreement there. Now, if we look at paragraph 3 of the self-same statement at page 534, can you take a moment to acquaint yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
You say that you don't know who took the decision to cancel the contract, correct?
Yes, at that time I did not know who made the decision, but I saw the letter that terminated the project.
Yes, but I'm asking you a specific question. As per paragraph 3, you say you don't know who took the action.
Yeah.
Yes. So you cannot then dispute that the decision to terminate the contract came from the Premier. Agreed?
Yes, I'm not aware of that. Yes, I can't dispute it. I can't say yes or no about it. Yeah.
Now,
just a second.
Yes, the court pleases.
Yes, continue.
I'd like to now compare the answer that you've just given and as per your statement with your testimony at the arbitration. So let's go to page 22570, if you would.
Do you have the page, Mr. Mosenogi?
Yes, I'm reading it, ma'am.
Okay, are you still reading?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So there in your exchange with the former DCJ, you are talking about the time frames given to you in terms of the contract. Do you agree?
Yes.
So if I understand your testimony at the arbitration, you confirmed that you don't know who took the decision, but what you say is that the time frames were dictated by the HOD and MEC. Do I have that correct?
In terms of the letter of termination, it was 3 months. When I took over, it was only 3 months left because the termination took place on the 29th September. So normally the provision of the SLA gave 6 months notice either way, whether Life Esidimeni or department to terminate any contractual obligations. So when I started the project, it was towards the end of March. So basically, those are the time frames I'm talking about in terms of the termination letter.
But sir, you testified that your involvement was from January 2016, not so?
But I was nominated on the 5th of November, and I sent an appointment letter on the 10th of December.
Yes.
And prior to January, I did some initial work, visiting, familiarizing myself with the project and the nitty-gritties of it, so that when I started the work, commenced my work as the project leader in January, I was informed in terms of the nitty-gritties of the project.
Yes, no, we're on sides there. I think what I'm clarifying from this page is that it confirms, paragraph 3 of your statement, that you don't know who took the decision, but insofar as timelines are concerned, you took your cue from the HOD and the erstwhile MEC, correct?
Yes.
Now, let's look at paragraph 7 of your statement. That's at page 535. Are you there, sir?
535, paragraph?
Yes. 7.
7. You get it? Okay, can I read it?
Certainly.
Yes, I've read it.
All right. So you refer to the general dissatisfaction of the family representatives, correct?
Yes.
And your advice was that they report their unhappiness to the MEC and even to a higher office, the Premier. Do you agree?
The Premier or the Minister of Health.
Yes, apologies. Yes, you're quite right. So you then suggested an even higher office, correct?
Yes. If I can just explain the context, Judge.
Yes, you may do so.
The context is that at that time, at the beginning, initially I was also chairing their meeting, the family reps. And it was difficult because they will always argue issues, and I was becoming a player and a referee at the same time. So I suggested to them that they appoint their own chairperson so that ourselves in that meeting will be able to report in terms of the progress of the termination. And they can ask questions, and then we'll be able to answer them where we are able to answer them. So it was in terms of that they were always complaining, which was their right, about the project itself. So at the time they were pointing to us as the main people who were reporting to them. So in terms of the discussions, I did suggest to them that they should also, on their side, ask for meetings with the either MEC or the Premier or the Minister of Health. So it is a statement of fact. That's what I said to them.
Yes. Now, are you aware of whether the complaints were actually escalated to the Premier or the Minister?
From the perspective of the families, I'm not sure whether I'm not aware of that. But I know that they did much against the department, and they did hand over memos to the department, yes.
So you're unsure if they followed your advice, correct?
Yes, I'm not sure, yeah.
Let's look at paragraph 8 of your statement at page 536.
Is that paragraph?
My apologies, paragraph 8 at page 536.
Okay. Yes.
Now, you say that you were traumatized by the users who were being prepared to move to the extent that you couldn't sleep at night, correct?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Matlangu will testify that you never brought that to her attention. Your comment?
I never brought it to her attention because it was during the move now. I think it was either in May or June. Either in May. It was when people were being moved, when I visited various facilities just to look how the move is going. So my notes there is because of that. It was in May when the move was on now, when we were moving patients to various places. Yeah, I did not share that with the MEC, I think.
Yes. Concerning the move of the patients from Baneng, these are the vulnerable children. Ms. Matlangu will testify that you raised this issue with her, specifically the vulnerability of the children, and she decided on an extension of 1 year. Your comment?
Yes, the Baneng issue was discussed several times. I think from the first meeting, if you look at the minutes of the first meeting, it was in principle agreed that Baneng will not be touched in that year. It will be seen after a year in terms of that. That's why I was tasked to head a team that will discuss, negotiate tariffs. So basically it is true in terms of that. But the issue came on the issue of Baneng came several times. There was a time when it was raised again because of the difficulty of agreeing with the tariff that Life Esidimeni was demanding as a result of closure of the other three facilities. They wanted a higher rate.
We'll get to that. Yes.
Okay.
We're going to go there now, in fact, sir. But I think the point's been made, so I'm satisfied. If we look at paragraph 11, you can take a moment and acquaint yourself.
Okay.
So we're now dealing with the issue of the higher tariff. And during Dr. Lebete's testimony, your counsel put it to Dr. Lebete that the meeting where the disagreement, so to speak, between you and the MEC occurred was towards the end of May 2016. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, let's go to page 33003.
Come again?
33003.
Yes.
Lady, I see that I've gotten, I think this page number is wrong.
Yes, this is the beginning of a record of the 30th of August.
Yes.
Just check your notes properly.
Yes. Okay, I'll come back to that.
Okay.
But Ms. Matlango will testify that the tariff increase was not feasible. Your comment?
I can't argue against that because my main concern was more of not taking the banning people out of the hospital at that time. But I can't say whether the tariff. For me, it was important that we agree to the tariff because otherwise it will mean that we have to move people out, and I shudder to think what should have happened if we did that.
And you testified at the arbitration about cost containment and budget constraints. Do you agree? And I can give a page reference to assist you. It's 22556. And if you look at about line 5, you can have a moment and read that.
Yes, that was my understanding in terms of the reasons why the termination had to take place. That was my understanding.
Yes, you testified about cost containment, budget constraints, and the AG raising the issue of only renewing one contract with one service provider for all those years. Do you agree?
Yes, that was my understanding.
Now, Ms. Matlango will testify that when retaining Baneng, on your suggestion, the budget constraints didn't disappear. They were still very much there. Your comment?
Yes, in terms of the initial reason of the termination, the budget constraint in terms of that reason did not disappear. But basically, from my perspective as a project leader and also as a person who has gone to Baneng, and I've seen the kind of vulnerability and the conditions that those children were at, and even my own experience as a person, because my younger brother, who comes after me, also stayed in such a facility in Gelexpan and veteran. I thought that it will not be a very good thing to move people, so we'll rather agree to their tariffs. because on numerous times we suggested different tariffs, but they were saying they were because of cross-subsidization issue. Once the other facilities are closed, it will be difficult to manage with the current tariffs. So I understood their position, and I was arguing that for the sake of the children, let's accept the tariffs as such.
Yes. And ultimately, that proposal was accepted. Now, I'd like to go back to the meeting towards the end of May 2016, where there appears to have been some sort of heated debate between you and Ms. Matlangu. Now, Ms. Matlangu will testify that the reason she was taken aback by your behavior is because of how heated and passionate you were about the increase, while knowing the challenges that the department was facing. Your comment?
I was afraid, advocate. I was very, very afraid that if we have to move money, it will not be okay. And I was also disturbed by the MEC's comment that I act like a spokesperson of Life Esidimeni. So that's why maybe I was agitated. And also, I think it's because of it was May and the pressures was very high. And at that time, we were not sleeping at all. So those contributed to my passion and my really interaction at that particular time. Yes. I really wanted us not to touch money.
Yes. Now I accept it, sir, and it was obviously not an easy thing to navigate. But I want to stay on the train of thought now from Ms. Matlangu's perspective. I'm duty bound to obviously put her version to you. So from her perspective, she was taken aback at how heated you were. I think everyone in the room appreciated the sensitivities around Baneng, and they also similarly appreciated the severe budget constraints. But am I correct, and I believe your representative put this to Dr. Lebete, that you were so heated that Dr. Lebete had to tap you on the back and say, it's enough. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
Yes, and just...
That was one of the worst meetings that I've had when it comes to Life Esidimeni.
Yes. Now, and just for record purposes, the cross-examination of Mr. Lebete, where your counsel put that to him, is at page 34515 of the transcript. We needn't go there. It's purely
page 234.
3. It's not 2, my lady. It's 34515.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Matlangu's version will be that given your demeanor, it was reasonable for her to question where your allegiance lied, because your conduct during the meeting surprised her. Your comment?
I will not talk about belief, but yes, I was passionate and I was really touched by the issue. If it touched Baneng, I couldn't even think what was going to happen. So basically, it's fine. I think it's fine that she reacted like that and I reacted like that, but it was tough.
Yes, no, I appreciate that, sir. Now, Ms. Matlangu's version, and she will testify that she has no recollection of you being removed as the project lead. But in the event that you were removed, it was not by her. Your comment?
I assumed that I was removed because a new person was appointed to coordinate the issue, but it was towards the end anyway, because the project was getting finished, but there was a new person who was to coordinate, appointed. So I was never told verbally that I'm removed, but I assumed that I'm removed because a new person was coordinating.
I see. So when this new person was coordinating, did you not question on what basis this was happening?
No, I did not question it. I just accepted it because I thought maybe it's because of the altercation.
Yes. So that's all assumption. You agree?
Yes, it was an assumption on my side.
Now, let's look at Dr. Manamela's final report on the termination project. It starts at page 31659. I'll repeat, 31659.
Yes.
Now, it goes until 31680. And we've looked at it a little bit earlier. Now, if you look at page 31680, the date is roughly, and I see there's a hand annotation, but it's roughly between August and September. If you look at what's written on the report and the hand annotation, do you agree?
2016 August and 15 September, yes.
Okay. Now let's go to page 31665 of the report.
Page?
31665.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you see there, sir, at paragraph 3.3? You are reflected as a project manager. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now it doesn't say you were the project manager until a certain date and you were replaced by someone else. Do you agree?
Yes, it doesn't say so.
I'd like to take you now to page 536. Paragraph 11. This is the paragraph you've already read earlier. Are you there, sir?
Yes.
Now, we'll agree, I'm sure you'll agree with me, that Annexure F2 is your latest statement. It's dated February 2019. The date is on page 537. Do you agree?
Annexure what?
Exhibit F2, the statement that we are in right now. This is signed on the 22nd of February 2019.
Okay.
Your signature is on page 537.
Yes, I signed in the 22nd.
Yes. Now your earliest statement, sorry, sir, please finish.
I said I signed on the 22nd of June.
No, February. Please have a look.
Okay, yeah, February. Okay.
Yes. So this is your latest statement. Do we agree?
Yes.
And in paragraph 11 in your latest statement, this is when you talk about your removal as the project manager. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now your other statement at Annexure F1, that starts at page 1054. That is an earlier statement that you signed in October of 2017. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, you must agree that 2017 was much closer to the time when these events transpired than 2019. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, your reference in paragraph 11 of your latest statement at page 536 to your removal appears to be an afterthought. It's not mentioned in your earlier statement. Your comment?
It is not an afterthought, it's a fact. You must remember that Life Esidimeni took place in 2015 and 2016. And the issues that were raised differently by different interrogators. I mean, when I signed the SAPS statement, it was after interrogation, and only the issues that were raised by them were part of the affidavit as signed. And when I was interviewed also by, is it NPA, and that Mr. Late, it was a different, they asked different questions, and I think that is how that statement came in.
I see.
So it is not an afterthought, it's only the way the questions were directed at me. So yes. I think it's more supplementary than an afterthought.
I see. But then you've also said that you assumed that you were removed.
I think it says that also. The assumption was that I was removed because of the tension, the perceived tension between me and the MEC.
Okay. Now, Ms. Matlangu will take.
Okay, just put that, and then I think we're going to break for lunch. Just finish that point on paragraph 11. That's fine.
As the court pleases. Ms. Matlangu will testify that she is not aware of you being removed as the project manager, because even after some of the fatalities had been reported, you accompanied her to you were part of the delegation that accompanied her to the Premier during about September 2016. Do you agree?
Well, I was asked to come to the meeting with the Premier when people started dying, but I was never introduced to the Premier as the project manager. I was just part of the delegation of the senior management team that went to the Premier.
Yes. My lady, I think I'd like to leave it there.
Okay.
Okay with you? And if I could just maybe give Her Ladyship an indication of where I am, I don't have too many more questions. So I anticipate I'd be another 20 minutes to half an hour after the lunch adjournment.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's time for us to take the lunch adjournment. We will resume at 2 o'clock. The witness is warned that he is still giving evidence. He need not discuss his evidence with anybody else. Thank you very much. We're going to take the lunch adjournment now, and let's resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
As it pleases you.
Where is the witness?
I'm here. Where is the witness? I'm here.
I don't see you. I don't know. Okay.
Milady, can you see the witness?
No.
Oh, I can't see him either, my lady. It seems to be a blacked out screen. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Is it fixed now?
Yes.
Thank you, my lady.
But I'm not sure whether, but I just hope we won't have any problems. We have now reconvened. The witness is reminded that he's still under oath. You may proceed, Ms. Governor.
As the court pleases. Mr. Mosanochi, before we adjourned, we were talking about the then MEC's delegation to the Premier that you formed a part of. And you said that you were not introduced at the meeting as the project manager. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, the MEC will testify that no one was introduced in any particular capacity at the meeting. Your comment?
HOD was introduced. I thought that meeting was about the project. So maybe, I don't know why she did not introduce me as the project leader, but I assumed that because they introduced everybody in terms of their portfolio as a department, not as a project.
All right, well, there you and the former MEC are not on sides. You have different versions, but be that as it may. Now, you spoke about the fact that you assumed that you were removed as the project manager. Do you recall?
Yes.
Perhaps you also assumed the ongoing tension between you and the MEC.
I did not assume it. It was there.
Okay. The MEC will testify.
Just a second.
My apologies.
Continue.
Ms. Matlango will testify that her decision-making was never guided by personal reasons, but rather by the best interests of the department and her oath of office. Your comment?
I think that's her decision. I can't comment on it.
Now, as the project manager, you had a duty to bring concerns to the attention of Ms. Matlango, or at the very least, to follow the appropriate channels to escalate concerns. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, it appears that you allowed your personal feelings, specifically the perceived tension between you and the MEC, to get in the way of performing your duties and protecting the interests of the MHCUs. Your comment?
That is not true.
Let's go to page 33188, please.
Can you give me the page numbers?
33188. I see, that's not right. My lady, my apologies, that page number also seems to be incorrect. I will come back to it. What I'm looking for, I just want to let my attorney know so that she can find it. I'm looking for the action list emailed by Mr. Mosenochi on the 13th of April 2016. My apologies for that, Mr. Mosenochi. We'll return to it. Let's go to page 535 of your statement, specifically paragraph 5. You've read paragraph 5 a number of times now. In terms of paragraph 5, you confirm that you received regular feedback from various project team functions, including the finance department, correct?
Yes.
Now, at the arbitration, and I'm going to give you the page reference in a moment. Well, perhaps let's start there. Page 22567. That's 22567. Are you there, sir?
Yes, what?
So I'm going to be asking you to have a look at page 22567 to 22568. And when you're done, could you please let me know?
What? Yes.
Now, if you look at this exchange, you were initially being questioned by my learned friend, Mr. Hutamo, and then the former DCJ then starts to ask you a few questions. And the thrust of the questioning is, how did it occur that MHCUs were transferred to the NGOs and were not receiving payment for months on end? Do you agree?
That's what I found out after the effect.
For the moment, I'm just referring to what the pages that I've referred you to state. Do you agree that that's what is recorded there?
Can you repeat your question again?
So if you look at the exchange between yourself and the former DCJ, he is inquiring from you how it is possible that MHCUs were transferred to the NGOs and were not receiving payment for months on end. Do you agree that that's what is captured on pages 22567 and 22568?
Yes.
Yes. And towards the bottom of the page, so from about line 12 of page 22568, you say we lacked in that respect. Do you agree?
What do I say? Okay, just hold on. Yeah, that was my answer.
Yes. Sorry?
I don't know whether it was quoted well, but as it reflected, that was my answer.
Yes. Now, if we look at your statement at Exhibit F1, specifically, if we could go to paragraph 9, page 1056.
Paragraph 9.
Yes. You'll see at paragraph 9, it sets out the composition of the project team from paragraph 9.1 to 9.23. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Mosenoki, you had both the CEO and the Chief Director Budget Management as part of your project team, correct?
Yes.
Now, how does such a crucial issue, such as payment to people performing a rather essential service, slip through the cracks?
Basically, what happened is that, as I testified before, the mental health unit was responsible for accreditation and approval of NGOs. And also they worked together with finance in terms of their subsidies. And once the NGOs are approved and are accredited, the funds have to be made available for them to be able to operate. So basically, I think maybe I just assume from my perspective in hindsight that maybe, I don't know what has happened, that they did not receive funds. It seems after the effect, some people were given patient without having finalized their service level agreement and their reports that are supposed to be part of their responsibilities. So I think that's where the problem started, where people were given patients and there was no finalization in terms of proper documentation, and that's how maybe the delayed. But I was not aware at that time when I was running that project, that problem was never discussed, that there's a problem in terms of documentation of these NGOs.
So from what I'm hearing, you giving me speculation and assumption. But be that as it may, if you were not aware, then surely Ms. Matlangu could not be aware. Agreed?
I assume so also.
What is your response to this?
I say I assume maybe she will not be aware also.
Come again, you assume?
I assume the statements that the advocate is making, that if I did not know, maybe Ms. Matlangu also did not know.
So your answer is you assume. That is the answer.
Yes. From my side, I'm not sure.
So you assume so?
Yes, I can't say because I didn't know. She will not know also.
Okay.
I can confirm that.
Now at page, my apologies, paragraph 25 of the same statement, page 106. Yes, my lady, paragraph 25, page 1060. You can take a moment to acquaint yourself. Just the main paragraph, you needn't consider the sub-paragraphs.
Okay. Okay.
Now, you refer there to litigation brought by SEDEC in section 27. Do you agree?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Matlango will testify that she was not aware of the litigation until after the fact. Your comment?
I'm not aware that she was not aware.
Okay. I'd like to take you now to your testimony at the arbitration, page 22478. That's 22478. My apologies, I've given you the wrong page number. It's 22601. My apologies for that. You can take a moment and let me know when you're done reading that page.
Okay.
Did you only refer the witness to this specific page or?
Yes, my lady, just one page, and I asked him to read it and tell us when he's done.
No, it's fine. I wanted to check if that is the only page.
As the court pleases.
Yes.
Now, this is an exchange between you and my learned friend, Ms. Hassam. And what I'd like to focus on is towards the end of the page, where Ms. Matlango is quoted as referring to the NGOs as dishonest. Do you see that?
Let me look at it.
At the bottom.
Is that paragraph 20?
Just before then, yes, just one line up.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I'm trying to look at it.
Just next to line 20.
Yes, I'm just reading it, Judge. Is the statement that was by Advocate Adila? I've read what he said.
Yes, and Ms. Hessam is referring to what was said by Ms. Matlangu, specifically that these NGOs are dishonest. Now that email where Ms. Matlangu makes this statement is at page 31896. I'll repeat, 31896. If we could please go there. And it's towards the bottom of the page. You can take your time.
Okay, is that one? Okay.
Do you see it?
Yes.
Now, this is where Ms. Matlangu says, and she's addressing Dr. Labete, Dr. Celebano, Juan John Rebesha, I believe that's Dr. Manamela. You are not copied on the email. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes. And then Ms. Matlangu says, please get our legal team to get involved in this process. HOD and Dr. Labete, you have to drive this process and provide leadership. These NGOs are dishonest. Do you see that?
Yes, I saw it.
Now, you are not copied on this email exchange, and it was put to you during the arbitration. Do you have any idea what Ms. Matlangu was referring to when she said the NGOs are dishonest?
Because I was not private, I don't think I understood what it meant. Because I was not part of the email at that time.
I see. I see. My lady, I would just like to refer the court to page 34616.
Three, 4, 6, 1, 6.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, I'm there.
My lady, Ms. Chambers was here, and it's common cause we didn't cross-examine her on this point. I have raised this with my learned friend, Ms. Rajab Badlinda. These documents were uploaded on case lines during October 2021, after Ms. Chambers had left, completed her testimony. But this is the reason for Ms. Matlangu saying that the NGOs were dishonest. And what I'd like to put to the witness is that she will come and testify that as per these messages from page 34616 onward, the reason she was saying the NGOs were dishonest is because from these messages, it is clear that SEDEG was coaching the families of the deceased on what to say to carte blanche. Mr. Mosinoki, you can have a look at it and you can comment.
I've read it, and those seems to be coming from NGO and carte blanche, but I don't have. I don't remember me seeing that during the course of the project, but I think this we make aware of this during the arbitration and afterwards, but at that time I didn't know.
So you can't comment?
Hmm?
Are you saying because you requested to comment? Can you comment?
My comment is that it shows that there are certain things that NGOs raised, families raised outside the meetings that we had, because
NGOs and families, or families, because you just mentioned, I just want to understand your evidence.
I think this was coming from NGOs and also I think some families. That's what I think. I'm not sure of, because I was not involved in the carte blanche issues. I can only suppose that those were the complaints from the NGOs, and the NGO, SADC is also an NGO, it's an NPO also.
Yes.
In conclusion, Mr. Mosinoki, you did not perform your duties diligently as a project manager because you were unaware of shortcomings on the program, which you ought reasonably to have been aware of. Your comment?
My comment is not, it is not true. I was aware of the things that I needed to be aware of. I was meeting regularly with the families, and they were raising issues, and I responded to the issues. I was also part of the meetings with stakeholders, of which SADC, as a member of that stakeholder meeting. The stakeholder meetings were chaired by the HOD. I was part of that, and those issues that were forthcoming from that meeting we attended to. So, not knowing, as we have said, that sometimes there were things that were not forwarded to me. So I could not know them because they were not forwarded to me at that time. So the statement that you have uttered is wrong. You can't judge me when I don't know these things because they were not directed to me at that time.
You ought reasonably to have been aware of the financial management of the NGOs and their payments. Your comment?
As I said, I was not technically an expert in terms of NGO management and the approval processes of the NGO. That's why the team that worked with NGOs was part of the meeting, so that they can assist us in terms of attending to those particular issues, and they will report to me things that I needed to know.
Thank you, my lady. I would just like to take a quick instruction from my attorney, if I could have 1 minute.
You may do so.
Thank you, my lady. That concludes my cross-examination, and I'm indebted to my colleagues for allowing me to go first.
Thank you very much. Thank you. In terms of seniority, who is next now?
My lady?
Yes.
If I may, neither I nor Ms. Raja Badland are next in the queue in terms of seniority. I believe that Mr. Pinar is, but we would like to request the indulgence of this court to allow our team to conduct the cross-examination now. And that's because Ms. Raja Badland has prepared the cross-examination and she's not going to be available next week. So we don't want to risk running out of time.
Okay. Did you discuss with your colleagues? And
I did not. I did send a message to Mr. Pinar, but he hasn't responded.
Yes. Any objection to by Mr. Pinar and others?
Sorry, I never received the message, but I have no objection, Ms. Hassim.
Okay. I take it that there are others like Mr. Van Bergen and Mr. Martins.
I have no objection, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martin?
We have no objection, my lady.
Okay, you may proceed then.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's the feeling of everyone. Then we can, okay.
Thank you, my lady. I will then conduct the cross-examination. Mr. Mosenochi, good afternoon. My name is, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
My name is Nasreen Raja Badlander. I am one of the team that represents 44 of the families of the deceased, as well as the SADAG, the South African Depression and Anxiety Group. Mr. Mosenochi, you've been cross-examined this morning already. I'm going to try not to repeat anything, but where I do, it will really be to try and get clarity from you on an issue. What I'm going to do, just so that you're aware, is I'll ask my attorney to direct you to the pages that I referred to on case lines, just to make things easier for your attorney as she tries to find the relevant page and everyone else that's following. So there'll be a message that pops up on case line that directs you to the right page as we go. Okay. Now, if we can just begin, I'd like us just to have a timeline. For purposes of this timeline, we heard in your evidence in chief that you were appointed as the project manager after the contract with Life Esidimeni was cancelled. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct, madam.
Okay, and that would have been on the 5th of November 2016 that you were appointed. Am I correct?
No, on the 5th, I was directed to come and assist, but formally, I was appointed on the 10th of November.
Thank you. And then you told us that you only started working in earnest on the project, I think you said in January 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, after I've assembled the team.
Okay. Now, you also told the court that you were appointed by Dr. Selebano and that you reported to Dr. Selebano. Would that be correct?
Yes, as far as, because she is acting accounting officer, is the one who will administratively manage all the issues of appointments and report back.
Yes, he would the head of department.
Yes, he was head of department.
Okay. And who did Dr. Selebano report to?
Doctor reported to the executing authority, and the executing authority in this case was MEC Mahlangu.
Yes, okay. Now, you told this court earlier that you were tasked with coordinating the move of all mental health care users to NGOs in the province. Is that a correct description?
Yes, in my evidence, I said it was an atypical kind of project where it did not follow the normal ways of doing project. It was more of a coordinating various sub-teams to perform this task that we were given.
Okay. Now, you made a statement under oath to the SIU as part of the investigations into what happened at Life Esidimeni. Do you recall making that statement? I'll take you to it in a minute. You recall making a statement to the SIU?
The statement that I sent from the affidavit of SIU, it was after an intense interrogation session. So they noted certain things and then brought a draft that I looked through, and I did not differ much with this, what did everything. So that's why I sent it off.
Okay, so you were happy to sign it, you looked at it, you checked it, and you signed it.
Yes, I sent it off.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to go to case lines page 35967. 35967. And you'll tell me when you've got it.
Yes, it's the SIU affidavit. Okay.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct. Okay. Now, if you scroll down to paragraph 9 of your statement, that will be on page 35969. Tell me when you're there.
Okay, I'm there. Yes. You want me to read it?
Yes.
You
Well, I
can
want
just read it on your own, maybe before
Yes.
she asks questions.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, my lady. And Mr. Mosanoki, whilst you're reading paragraph 9, perhaps also just read paragraph 10.
Yes. Yes, I've read it.
Did you read both paragraphs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just a second, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you.
Yes, you may continue.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Mosanoki, at the end of paragraph 9 of your statement, you say, I'm going to read you the sentence. It's the last section. During the review presentations, it was apparent that the MEC was not happy with the performance progress of the MHD in respect of the Life Esidimeni project. During the quarterly review meeting, the MEC directed that I take over the Life Esidimeni termination project and work/support the mental health unit. I was not happy with this, as this was not discussed with me prior to the quarterly review meeting. You see that?
Yes.
Why were you not happy with being appointed project manager?
At that time, I think I had just was busy with that other project of Selby, and I had just completed it. And my bone of contention was that I was not technical in terms of mental health. So it was going to require me to get as much assistance as possible. So I was not happy because mental health was not my forte. I was not exposed to it prior to working with Life Esidimeni.
Yes. And you say in the next paragraph, in paragraph 10, if you look at the bottom of paragraph 10, you say that in addition to all of that, when you joined, the work had already commenced on the marathon project, and that there was 3 months left until the deadline in March 2016, when all mental health care users had to be out of Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
It's correct, yes.
Okay. And then also in paragraph 10, you say, when I joined, I found there was a project plan in respect of what Mental Health Directorate under Manamela had been doing, but it was not in a proper format. You see that sentence?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so am I right? There was already a project plan in place when you arrived. Is that correct?
Yes, it was already there.
Okay. And that project plan was prepared by Dr. Manamela.
Yes, and a team.
And
the team of mental health care unit.
Yes. Okay. So why do you say it was not in a proper format? What was wrong with it?
For myself, as a new person coming into it, because I needed to have responsible senior level people to be heading the teams, because I just wanted it to be structured in such a way that people are able to account HR, infrastructure, and all the sub-teams that were there. So basically that's why I roped them in afresh so that they can sign off that they are part and parcel of the project team.
I see.
So I did some modalities. Not everything was not right here.
Okay. So you added people to the team. Am I understanding you correctly?
They might have been there, but they were not formally appointed. So I thought it's prudent when you do a project, people must be appointed formally so that they become part and parcel of accountability.
Yes. And so at the last sentence in paragraph 10, you say, however, I did not want to restart the process as it was already in progress.
Yes, I couldn't really start the process from the beginning because already work was being undertaken under the leadership of the mental health unit.
Whose leadership was
that's why I thought it prudent that the leadership, Dr. Manamela and the team, should be a critical part of the team, because basically the program mental health was the main responsible unit for the work that we needed to do. So, and they duly asked that she be appointed the deputy, because most of the work will be really around that program, mental health.
Yes. Now, you were asked a little bit earlier about the composition of the team, the project team. I'm going to ask that you go to page 1054, which is the beginning of your affidavit, 1054. Can you tell me when you're there?
Yes,
okay.
Page what? Paragraph?
1054 is the beginning. I want you to go to page 1056. Paragraph 9.
Yes, paragraph 9. I can see it.
Okay. So on paragraph 9, you see a long list of names of the people that composed the project team and their various areas of responsibility. Is that correct? You see that?
Yes.
And that seems to me to be a very varied team. You were taken through it earlier today, so I don't want to read out that list again. Okay. But if I just look at it, it looks like a group of people with multiple skill sets that includes clinical specialists, finance, and mental health, for example. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, it's basically the way I brought it into being was to get responsible people for those various programs. To be able to get a proper accountability, especially when we give the MEC a report. They should be part of reporting to the MEC, so that it shouldn't be junior officials who come into the project team.
I understand. And so you headed this team, and Dr. Manamela was the deputy?
Yes.
Okay. And did both you and Dr. Manamela attend meetings of this project team?
Yes, the project team was run coordinated through myself and Dr. Manamela. So most of the time we were part and parcel of whatever the project team needed to do. All the other officials were part of the meetings. If someone was not coming to the meeting, he will apologize and have a formal apology noted.
I understand. But you and Dr. Manamela ran all of the meetings. Were you both present at all of the meetings?
Most of the meetings, yes.
Okay. Now, you said earlier on that one of your concerns in taking on this role was that you didn't have a particular skill in mental health. Do you recall that?
My concerns prior to taking over the role was the issue of mental health and also knowledge, but also to be brought into a project that is already running.
Yes.
So I'm not starting it from scratch. Unlike Selby, I did start it from scratch and I knew what is happening all along. So basically, I was just a bit reluctant, but also the issue of closure. For me, it was something that I still needed to get used to, that we're closing the mental health life Esidimeni hospitals. So basically, I think I had that sense of foreboding about the project. I was not really comfortable with it as such, but that was me.
Yes. I want us to come back to that sense of foreboding, because that is something that you told even Justice Moseneke in the arbitration. That word, you used that word foreboding. So I'd like us to explore that a little bit, but we'll come back to it. For now, just one of the things that occurred to me this morning is that Mr. Lebete, I don't know if you heard Mr. Lebete's evidence, but Mr. Lebete told this court this morning that no one was overall responsible, that everyone must lead. I think that's a fair summary of something that he said. So he said everyone needed to lead. And today, earlier on in your evidence, we heard from you that as the project leader, you were the coordinator. You weren't necessarily the leader, you were the coordinator. So one of the things I'm grappling with, and I'm hoping you can explain to the court, is who was responsible for implementation of this project? Where did responsibility lie?
My lady?
Yes.
I can't see my lady who's interjected.
Oh, it's Sebuku, my lady.
Yes.
I just wanted to correct my Leonard Senior there, that the evidence of Mr. Lebete just sought to show, and also with reference to a document, if I'm not mistaken, on page 1216, sought to show that Mr. Moseneke was in fact the project leader, and he referred himself as such in the meeting of 10 December 2050.
My lady, that's fine. That doesn't change my question. My question remains this, Mr. Mosinofi. Who was responsible? What we have seen in this process already, and we're in many ways, we're in early stages of
Thanks, Ms. Logo. Okay, continue.
Okay.
Yes, I do agree. Continue. Yes.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Mosinofi, what I was saying was this. My question remains, one of the things that we've seen already, even though this is quite early stages of this process, is that no one wants to take responsibility for the implementation of this project. So what I'm trying to understand, what I think the court needs to understand, is where did responsibility lie for the implementation? Where did the ultimate responsibility lie for this project?
The ultimate responsibility, maybe let me answer it in this way, that the project of termination was already ongoing, being implemented by mental health unit with the assistance of other various players, HR, what. But when I was asked or directed to come and assist, I assumed the issue, the responsibility of being the project leader. And because of the dynamics of the project itself, it needed senior people to be responsible to implement it. That's why I nominated people who are responsible for various sub-programs to be part and parcel of the department, because it was a departmental project. It was not Mosenogi's project, no Dr. Manamela's project. That was my understanding. So we're reporting to the executive. The executive was MEC together with his HOD and the DDGs, the people who are heads of branches, infrastructure, head of infrastructure, head of clinical services, head of HR, were always part of the meeting that we reported to. So it was the responsibility, from my side perception, it was the responsibility of the departmental executive.
Yeah.
And myself and the team were the implementers in terms of making sure that the project is being implemented.
Yes.
So basically, it can't be myself and Manamela taking the responsibility. It was all of us.
Okay.
Because we reported to certain people, and if they did not like what we were doing, they had the right to stop us.
And by certain people, who do you mean?
The executive.
And who would that be?
The DDGs and the HOD and the MEC.
Yes. Now, in fact, you said something to Ms. Govender this morning that aligns with what you're saying now. You said that you would receive feedback from the project team through your regular meetings, and then you would sit with Dr. Manamela and put together a report to present to the executive. You recall that?
Yeah. So what happened is that prior to meeting with the executive, we'll have our own normal regular project meeting where we'll get feedback in terms of how far are we. You know, each unit will present their progress report in terms of the work that they are supposed to do. Yes. And then from that report, we'll be able to collate the report and put it together as a presentation to the executive, to report to the executive.
Yes. And yes. You used an interesting word this morning. You said, I wrote it down because of that. You said that when you would sit to look at the report backs from the various teams, you would interrogate the report backs and then finalize the report that would go to the MEC and the HOD. Do you recall saying that you would interrogate the information that you were given?
Yeah, we were given the information because we met as a project. All these 23 people, although some will not be in, some will not be in, we'll meet and then we'll discuss the report. They will present it on the screen, and then we'll discuss and understand the issues outlined through that, so that it enabled us to have an adequate presentation to the MEC and her team.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you ever question any of the information that was coming to you from the various sections within the project team?
Can you repeat again?
Sure.
Advocate?
Sure. You said that you would receive information from the different heads of the different sections in the project team. When you received that, did you ever question any of that information? If you weren't sure or if you thought it was wrong, would you question that information?
Yes, that was a meeting. It was not just getting the information. We will discuss, and most of the time I will be chairing the project team meeting. So we'll raise questions so that we understand what is being presented. Yes. And then so that when we go and represent it to the MEC, it's an agreed report back.
Okay. And in your statement, I'll tell you the page, but you don't need to go to it. It's page 1066. You referred to the fact that you made bi-weekly progress reports to the MEC and the HOD. Is that correct?
I said we are supposed to do that, to report on a bi-weekly intervals to the MEC and the team.
Yes, in
but
fact,
it was not regular because sometimes MEC will not be there and the meetings will not take place. Yeah. But ourselves, we strived to meet on a weekly basis, yes.
Okay, I misled you. It's not from your statements. It's an annexure to your statement.
Yes.
And it requires you bi-weekly progress reports to the MEC.
Something in your background, I think, is this one.
Mr. Musanoke, is there a window open where you are, maybe?
No, it's closed.
Yes.
Can I continue, my lady?
Yes, let's continue.
Okay. All right. So you were meant to give bi-weekly progress reports to the MEC, and it didn't always happen because the MEC wasn't always available. So am I correct then to understand that those reports were not written reports, they were personal reports?
It was more of presentations. We worked more on the presenting. We did not write Word document reports. Yeah, it was more presenting the development for discussion purposes.
Yes. And included in those presentations would be things, you correct me if I'm wrong, will be things such as the readiness of the NGOs to receive mental health care users.
Yeah, the mental health team will be reporting on all the issues that has to do with NGOs and all other critical issues that they dealt with on a day-by-day basis.
Yes, okay. Now, just bear with me for 1 minute, Mr. Musanoke. I want to just look briefly at the different areas of responsibilities within your team. I know you said you didn't have specific mental health expertise, and you also didn't have specific expertise in NGOs. Is that a correct summary?
Yes, I did not have a thorough expertise. Yeah, I might have nominal knowledge.
Yes, okay. So you weren't alone sufficiently skilled to evaluate whether NGOs were suitable for occupation by mental health care users. Am I correct?
Yes, that role was done by mental health care unit. Basically, I depended on them in terms of, yeah.
And what role did Dr. Manamela play in assessing NGOs?
Dr. Manamela was the leader of the mental health care unit. She was the director. It's actually a responsibility in terms of program management. She ran the mental health care unit She was the leader of that unit, but she has a team that worked. So there were different sub-programs within that mental health unit that dealt with various functions. Inspection, there was a team that dealt with inspection. There was a team that dealt different kind of programs within the mental health unit. I think she will be able to explain it further than myself.
Yes, and she headed the mental health care unit team.
Yes.
Okay, so who was responsible for checking whether NGOs were licensed?
It's a team.
The same team.
Yes.
Okay. And presumably that same team would be responsible for deciding which NGOs could take what kind of mental health care patients. Just to be clear, so mental health care patients don't all have the same needs, of course. Different patients have different needs. Who would decide which patients, which mental health care users went to which NGO?
It was their established function, even outside the project. That is their normal function that they did. They worked with NGOs. They worked with approval of applications of NGOs and allocation of patients to various NGOs, depending on certain specialties. So it was basically their function. So I could not take that function from them. Yes.
And by them, you mean the mental health care unit?
Mental health care unit, yeah. Okay.
Sorry, is it the mental health directorate?
Yes, mental health care directorate.
Right, thank you.
Mm.
Now, you were asked about the fact that many of the NGOs were not paid on time. You recall that? You recall you were asked by Ms. Govender.
Yes, I was asked, although at that time when I was running that, I wasn't aware that we were not paid because it was, as I said, a regular function of the mental health care unit. Yes. Together, they will work with the financial department in terms of making sure that people are subsidized.
Yes. I want you to go to page 28475. You tell me when you're there. Sorry, can you just scroll up a little bit on the previous page? So 28474.
28474, yes.
Okay. Now, you'll see there that this is a transcript of an engagement between Justice Moseneke and Ms. Jacobus at the arbitration. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you'll see that Justice Moseneke asks Ms. Jacobus, why was the process not in place in time so that patients can get what is necessary for them to live? And Ms. Jacobus says, what is necessary? They need to have money. Justice Moseneke goes on. He says, yeah, why did you not arrange that the money reaches the NGOs in time? Ms. Jacobus says there were no paperwork in place to implement in the financial section to pay them. And Justice Moseneke responds, why was there no paperwork? You are the person in the province responsible for NGOs and how they interface with your directorate. Why did you not make sure it happens? If you keep looking over the page, I'm almost done taking you through this, but just over the page, Ms. Jacobus says, I have tried justice and I was stopped. When I phoned the districts too, in between their work to gather all the paperwork so that they can submit it, I can arrange that. Then 2 NGOs coordinators phoned me and says Dr. Manamela said they should stop that process because of all the other work. It can be done afterwards. And Moseneke says, so Dr. Manamela stopped the paperwork so that money can flow to NGOs timelessly. Is that your answer?
Where are you ready, ma'am?
I'm so sorry. I'm on page 28475.
If I may assist her.
Thank you, Laledi.
Mr. Mosenogi. She started from page 28474. I don't know whether you are there already. She started from, I think, line 8.
Why was there no paperwork?
Come again?
Is that where justice says, why was there no paperwork?
Yes, if you start from there, you go down and then you proceed to the next page, you'll be able to follow. Just have a look at it.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Let's just give him a chance.
Yes, I saw.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So Mr. Mosenoki, you see from this interchange that you've just read that Justice Moseneke is asking Ms. Jacobus why NGOs were not paid on time. And her response is that Dr. Manamela stopped the payments and said that the payments would happen later and people must focus on other work at that point. You see that?
Yes, I saw that. Okay. I read that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, as a result of this lack of payment that was made, we know, both from the arbitration and from the evidence before this court, that many of the NGOs were just not paid their subsidies on time or at all. They were not properly capacitated. They did not often have food for the mental health care users. And simply, many of them were not able to take proper care of mental health care users who were placed in their facilities. Now, I'm correct when I say that you're aware that this was so. Is that not true?
I became aware after the effect. At that time, when we were running the project, it was not indicated to me.
Nobody reported that to you?
Yes. I don't remember anybody outlining that they were stopped from doing their work.
But you did report that you were concerned that NGOs were not ready to receive mental health care users. Isn't that correct?
That statement, can I put it in context? When I asked for extension of the time, I highlighted that at that moment when I joined the project, there was an indication that accommodation is available or beds are available for moving patients from Life Esidimeni to NGOs. But only when I joined the project, I realized that the number of beds that were indicated were actually not actual beds. They were possible beds that are going to be made available. That's why it assisted me to write that email to the MEC to ask for it, because I realized that it's not the actual bed. It's still beds that still can be identified from various NGOs.
Yes.
So that was the context of my statement.
I understand. So when you wrote the email to the MEC, which we'll come back to, asking for an extension, at that point, you were aware that they were not actual beds. And so the NGOs weren't actually as ready as you may have thought.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you actually went to visit some of these NGOs yourself, isn't that correct?
It depends when. When I visited first the facilities, Life Esidimeni facilities, to familiarize myself with the kind of people that I'm going to, the patients that I'm going to deal with. But the NGOs, when I visited them, it was during the course of the project. At first, I went with the team of infrastructure because I was told that they are performing renovations and assisting with accommodation. So we'll move, like going to Kalafong and to see the identified places. And then we'll say, no, that one is not suitable. But I was always with the team of mental health care units to show me around and to show whether the space is suitable or not suitable. Yes. My visit was in that regard.
Yes. So I want you to go to page 535. You'll tell me when you're there. And my lady, this is exhibit F2.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Musanoki's affidavit. Mr. Musanoki, are you at page 535?
Yes, I've read the paragraph.
Good, yes. And you'll see that in paragraph 6 is where you talk about the NGOs that you visited. And you say, I'm going to read it. After the period of 3 months extension was granted, I did not request any further extension due to the fact that I received assurance from Mental Health Director that there were enough beds to move over 2,000 mental health care users. I did visit some NGOs, including Sepong NGO in Swane District, situated at Attridgeville. You list the others, some NGOs in Johannesburg and Esidimeni. You see that? Yeah. And you say that of the places you visited, they seemed suitable. And you then go on and you say you concluded that on the basis of the information you received from the teams that were conducting auditing and inspection, as well as my observation, the centers were well capacitated in terms of personnel and infrastructural conditions. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in your view, you went and you had a look after you got that 3-month extension, and what you saw, you thought the places that you saw, you thought seemed to be satisfactory as far as you could determine, correct?
The ones that I visited and observed together with the team. For me, from a layman perspective, I think they were suitable.
Exactly, yes. And if I understand your evidence correctly, it was the Mental Health Directorate under Dr. Manamela who was responsible, not from a layman's perspective, but as experts skilled in that field, to check whether these NGOs were in fact suitable for mental health care users.
Yes, because they were dealing with them every day of their life.
Yes.
It was part of their function as a department, at the department.
I understand, yes. Now, Mr. Musanoki, evidence will be presented to this court in due course by Dr. Talantala that mental health care users require specific care and are required to be in a specific type of environment. And that depends on the nature of their condition and it differs from person to person. And he will also tell the court that some mental health care users who are in the same position as the ones that we're dealing with in these proceedings, that they are so incapacitated by their mental health care condition that they can't even tell someone caring for them whether they are hungry or whether they are feeling sick, for example. So they couldn't tell the person caring for them that they had a sore throat, for example. Do you have any comment on that?
I think as an expert, it might be true for him to say that, but I did observe it, especially at Bane. I mean, a person who will care for a particular patient at Bane will be feeding the person, take him 3 hours to feed one patient. So it was an elaborate function to feed that particular patient. So I will understand what he says when he says it needs a particular kind of skill.
Yes. And so it's not enough if a place has a nice garden, for example, or it has, it looks like a nice house. You need very specific conditions to house mental health care users. Am I correct?
Yes, it's all encompassing. It is about the condition in terms of the environment of the area, but also the staff, the qualification or the skills of the staff and the experience, and also the logistics. So when they said to me that this place is okay for accommodate, I thought they would have covered all those aspects.
Yes, by they, who do you mean?
The mental health care unit.
Okay.
Yeah, because I could not make the call myself. I really depended on them.
Yes, yes. Did Dr. Manamela and the Mental Health Care Directorate ever express concern about the rate at which the project was proceeding?
I don't remember that one, whether did they raise the issue, because when I asked for extension, it was from my perspective as the person who was supposed to run that project. But I don't remember them raising it with me in a formal way.
Yes.
They might have raised it maybe informally, but I'm not sure.
Yes. So I want to put it to you that the evidence that was heard in the arbitration and that will be heard in these proceedings is that when challenged about the fact that this project was going too quickly and that the NGOs were not ready, Dr. Manamela's answer to these concerns was that she was taking instructions and that she had no choice but to implement those instructions. Are you aware of that?
I won't remember that verbatim, but maybe she said so. I don't know. I can't deny it.
Okay. Now, you too. Sorry, my lady.
Continue.
Thank you. Mr. Mosenoki, you were also taking orders. You were not the most senior person in this department, but you didn't stay quiet. You raised your concerns again and again. In fact, you were the only senior official who raised your concerns in writing formally. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you were the only one who stood up to the MEC, who expressed your concern, expressed your frustration to her and to Dr. Selebano. Is that correct?
And I think also the answered very fast. I think the specialist, the psychiatrist, what we call the clinical heads of mental health institutions.
Yes.
They did also write, prior to myself, they did write their concerns in terms of and asked to meet with the executive. So it was not only me who raised those concerns.
That's right.
And then others might have raised them, but they did not put them in writing directly to the MEC.
Why did you feel that you needed to express that frustration in the way that you did? You told us this morning about feeling passionately in the context of Baneng, but it's clearly not just about Baneng, because your letter doesn't only deal with Baneng. you were concerned more generally about this project. Why did you feel that you needed to raise your voice in this way through your letter and in other ways?
I think when we were asked after my testimony was read, I did raise that we did visit with the MEC, Wavali and Randfontein, and also Bani, to inform the families and about the impending closure of Life Esidimeni institutions. And from those interactions, there was dissatisfaction from the family members and all other stakeholders in terms of the decision that was taken. And if you were in that meeting, you will not go out of that meeting not being affected in terms of, is this the right decision that the department has taken? So those things affected me. And the other issue is that, as I said, in particular with Bane, because the others, from my perspective, they could be accommodated, because at that time, we were also having NGOs that have our patients and they were taken care of. I thought that the other people can be accommodated because they are working, they are mobile, and they are not so. But with Bane, I thought we will not have that kind of institution to take care of them. Mm-hmm. So it was a multifactorial aspect that really made me to really be concerned. And I thought it is my responsibility, because I was put in that position, to highlight concerns. Even the families were coming to were always scolding me and attacking me and all those things, you know, when we interact with them. So all these things got to me, and some of them were justifiable. That's why I did raise those concerns to the upper echelons of the department.
Yes. A lot of those concerns were raised by SEDEC. Are you aware?
Yes, we were also meeting. SEDEC was part of the meetings, what we call stakeholder meetings. It was mainly SEDEC that, and together with other units that were organizations that were dealing with mental health. But basically, the SADC was always in those meetings, and they did raise their concerns also.
Yes. And some of their concerns were also your concerns.
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds, well, we know from what has now happened, that those concerns that you shared with SADC were in fact reasonable, more than reasonable concerns, because a lot of those concerns have landed us where we are today. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mosenoki, you referred to those meetings that really brought home to you how, what the level of risk was with this project. And there were 3 meetings, as I understand it, that you referred to in your statement. I'm going to ask you to go to page 35970.
970.
Yes, my lady. You'll tell me when you're there, Mr. Mosenoki.
Yes, I'm the advocate.
Okay, good. The first meeting was at Waverley. You'll see that in paragraph 12. Correct?
Yes.
And that at that meeting, the MEC was present, because you say that it was a terrible meeting. The families were not happy, and eventually the MEC actually took over from you in running the meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second meeting was in Randfontein. That's in paragraph 13. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And at the Randfontein meeting, the MEC, you say, was not there, correct?
Yes.
But Dr. Selebano was there, the HSC.
Yes.
And members of the Mental Health Directorate were there, correct? Now, at this second meeting in Randfontein, which is referred to in paragraph 13, you say that you and Dr. Selebano had a private conversation on the side. And you say, I'm reading halfway down paragraph 13, I remember us discussing that this is not a good situation. We cannot be doing this to our people. Do you see that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that? We cannot be doing this to our people.
I think I was capturing my concerns, my feelings in terms of whether this policy decision was right, the way we are doing it. So it was, I mean, listening to the concerns of the families and their cry and their responses to what we were saying to them. It made me to be much more concerned. I mean, it means, is this what we are doing to our own people? Yeah. Those are the issues that I think informally I was discussing with him in terms of that, yes.
Yes.
The concerns, yeah.
And did Dr. Selebano agree with you?
I think he was also affected by the kind of the cry of the families and the desperation that was indicated, you know. I think he was also affected, but I think he will be able to speak for himself.
Yes, sure. We'll ask him in due course, but are you aware whether he ever raised these concerns with the MEC himself?
I assumed that he might have, but I don't know whether he did. But the indication when he allowed me to ask for quotations and as an alternative for buying, I think he asked me, he allowed me to go and ask Esidimeni for quotations. So I thought maybe that's the discussion that they are having with the MEC.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Also in your statement at paragraph 15, which is at the bottom of that same page where you are, you say what came out of the 3 meetings was that the MEC suggested that the family members select members to represent the family group and to interact with the Gauteng Department of Health. A family committee was put together to continuously meet with the Gauteng Department of Health. That was the only positive aspect that came out of the family meetings. You see that?
Yes, the original family meetings, yeah. They nominated each other to be part of the family committee. And then I was tasked to continually meet and give them feedback, which I did. Initially, I was chairing their meeting, but I thought I can be the referee and the player. They should chair the meeting so that I can give report to them. And they can direct the meeting in terms of that. It should be their meeting, not my meeting.
Yes, once they began the family communication, those meetings.
Yes.
So Ms. Mahlangu was then, it was her suggestion that they start this family group. So I assume then, is it fair to say that she was aware of the concerns expressed by the families with the termination of the contract and the move to NGOs?
Yes, I think she was aware. She was present when people really lambasted us.
Yes.
On the decision.
Okay. All right. I want to then move to look at the point at which you realize that things were not going to work. Your evidence has been, and I don't want to overly prolong, so I'm not going to take you back to the documents, but you'll correct me if I'm wrong. Your evidence has been that during February 2016, you realized that it would not be possible to move all the users by the end of March 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want you to go to page 1058. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you'll see there are two sub-paragraphs at the top of the page, 11.1 and 11.2. And I want to summarize that, and you'll tell me if I'm correct. It looks to me, reading that your concerns in February 2016.
Okay, let me get it first.
Yes, sure.
11.1.
Just read it from termination date on the previous page, 10.1057. Just start it there, then.
Thank you, my lady.
To put you in context.
Okay.
Yes, you see it, Mr. Mosinoke?
Yes, I'm reading it.
Okay, tell me when you're ready.
Yes, and then. Yes, those are some of the issues that concerns that I was raising.
Yes.
Yes.
So those would be a shortage of beds in NGOs, or obtaining enough beds in the required period, and that NGOs were not ready to accommodate all the mental health care units.
Yes, those were my concerns that I just illuminated to the MEC, various concerns. I think I could have highlighted many, but I thought the major ones is that there were no actual beds at that time.
Yes.
The beds were projected beds, not actual beds.
Yes, and you also list time to train NGOs on handling the variety of mentally ill patients.
Yeah. Yeah, my assumption is that you don't just give people without orientating them in terms of the kind of patients that they are going to get.
Yes, exactly. And so this is in February 2016. So this is 1 month before all the patients were supposed to have been transferred.
Yes.
And at that point, am I correct then that the department had still not inspected all the NGOs for suitability and sorted out all the contractual issues?
Yes, I think people were still dealing with the logistics. The logistics were not in place yet.
Yes.
In a satisfactory manner for us to begin to move people around.
Yes.
Yes.
And we heard from Dr. Lebete in his evidence that it was clear to even him from the rate of work in relation to infrastructure and renovations that the physical preparation of Kalafong, for example, would not be ready. That was his evidence. Would you like to comment?
Yes, the renovation was also a little bit delayed. They were still working, and their report indicated at that time they were still trying to finalize the work that they are doing. They were not only doing for NGO, but also renovating wards in the mental health institutions, the wards that we are going to use to also move some patients to the wards and those hospitals. So it was a lot of work that was still being done. So
yes. Now, in this context where this, it seems to me, just hearing your evidence and reading these documents, that very little was ready in February 2016. And so in this context, you wrote a letter, an email, attaching a letter to the MEC, February 2016. I want us just to go to that letter, please, to the email. It's page 30205. You'll tell me when you're there.
Yes, I've got the letter.
Okay, so this is the email of 12 February 2016, and it's from you to Ms. Mahlangu, the MEC, and you copy Dr. Selebano, Libete Nkuna Kanyisa. You see that? We've been through this email again. So not again, we've been through this email this morning already. So I want to ask you a couple of questions about it. Now, in that email, you basically write to the MEC and you highlight that from the feedback that you received from the project teams, there are various things that you want to bring to her attention. And in that first section of the email, you list 7 points. You see that?
7 points. Let me look at that.
Sure, there's 7 paragraphs. It's numbered 1 to 7.
Okay, yes.
Okay. I don't need you to read it out, but I want you to just look at it as I take you through it. So you basically say to the MEC, the current number of clients at Life Esidimeni are 1835, of which 1638 are adults and 297 are children at Baneng. That's paragraph 1, yes?
Yes.
And then you, in paragraphs 2 and 3, you talk about the hospital bed readiness. I'm not going to go through the details of that, but you point out to her how many beds are ready in hospitals. And notably, you say in paragraph 2 that the remaining beds, you say the other beds will only be after April, medium to long term. So not everything was available in hospitals immediately. You see that?
Yes.
And then in paragraph 4, you talk about ID applications.
Yes.
Would you like to just explain to us why you needed ID applications?
Madam, it was also part of what the work that the mental health care unit pointed out that they needed to do to get IDs for those patients. Most of the patients were long-term patients. So when they were staying at Life Esidimeni, there was no need for IDs because they were catered for everything. But for them to move to NGOs, they needed their IDs to be, they needed to have IDs because part of the work that NGOs did was also, they were also outside the subsidy that government gives to the NGO. They also were using the, what do they call it? The money that they get from SASSA.
Yes, grant.
The grant from SASSA to supplement what they get from the subsidy. So SASSA money together with the subsidy from government will assist when they are placed in an NGO, they will assist the NGO to make ends meet in terms of caring for the patients. So it was critical that the clients will have the IDs so that they are able to be allocated to the NGO. Because without an ID, they will not receive the SASSA grant. So it was critical that that work should be done also. That's why they roped in the work with Home Affairs and also SASSA to try to ensure that people get their IDs.
Yes. Okay. And then if you look at paragraph 5, it's the next paragraph on that page, you raise a concern around the difference in opinion between Life Esidimeni officials and the department's clinicians in relation to the profiling of patients. Do you see that in paragraph 5?
Yes, I see.
Okay. What is your understanding of profiling of patients? What did you mean there in that paragraph?
Yes, my understanding, it might not be up to scratch, but as a layperson, but my understanding was that the clinicians at Life Esidimeni needed to work with our clinicians so that they're able to profile the kind of mental disease that is affecting a particular patient, so that it will enable the mental health care unit to be able to know the patient whether is it suitable to go to a hospital or to an NGO, or the other factor was whether to be discharged to home. So it was critical that that profiling be done.
Yes. And as you say, the department's clinicians and the Life Esidimeni clinicians didn't necessarily, they weren't on the same page about this. So you suggested that they try and match clients and assist with that process to try and make sure that you're the right one.
Because it was not my expertise, I thought that it will be prudent that the clinicians, our clinicians, work together with Life Esidimeni in terms of that. And I think in the meetings that we had with the MEC, it was agreed in terms of that, that the clinicians must work with the other clinicians under the auspices. And that's where Dr. Lebete was critical in terms of making sure that that work is done. And I think in one of the meetings that was discussed and it was agreed that they should be able to do that.
And the evidence that this court will hear is that the lack of proper profiling of mental health care users before they were discharged to NGOs resulted in certain instances in NGOs receiving mental health care users that they were not sufficiently skilled to take care of. What's your response to that?
From my knowledge base, I can't either dispute or agree with that, but it's one of the things that I was not able to really put my head on, because it was a clinical issue.
Yes. And in fact, in that same paragraph 5, you say, this will assist in determining the number suitable for discharging to NGOs or to home, and the rest due to illness may have to be directed back to hospitals. It's important, as due to high risk of relapses, many may, in a short space of time, return back to hospitals, etc.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Mosenogi, I know we discussed earlier today about the question of the extension that you requested in this email and the letter that is attached to this email, which is the next page. At 30, it's 30206 is the letter, if you want to have it open.
Page 30?
30206.
3206.
You have it?
We're still struggling to get it.
Okay, I'll wait for you, no problem.
Yes, the 12th February letter, yeah.
Yes, that's the one. Now, Mr. Mosenogi, I want to ask you a question that's not in that letter yet. This morning, you were cross-examined on this request for an extension, and you asked whether you were satisfied with the 3-month extension. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were also asked, it was put to you that you didn't ask for another extension when you received only 3 months. You recall that? Now, am I correct in understanding your evidence that you did not meet with Ms. Mahlangu and accept and ask for 3 months instead of your original 6 to 12 months.
Come again?
Let me put it differently, my lady. Mr. Mosenoke, you were asked whether you met with, or rather, let me start again. It was put to you that there was a meeting that you had with Ms. Mahlangu after you sent this email. And at that meeting, you changed your mind and you said to the MEC that 3 months would be enough.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that, but it is not true.
Okay.
What happened, the context is that I did write this letter and requested 6 months or a year to run this project.
Yes.
I did not receive an immediate answer. The answer that came in terms of the extension for 3 months, when I was made aware that MEC has given us extension of 3 months, I was in a meeting with the family representatives. Actually, it's them who told me that media says we have been granted a 3 months extension. That's how I got to know of the extension. And as I said, I accepted. I mean, I asked for 6 months, and I accepted because I was not asked whether is it adequate or what. So I thought maybe I've done my part. Maybe let me work with the 3 months that we have been given.
Yes.
And they will be able to see how far we can go.
Mm.
So I accepted it, not that I was satisfied with it.
Yes. And it was put to you this morning that if you had asked for more, you would have got more. Do you want to comment on that?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know whether I would have received more because I stated the reasons were very clear why I needed an extension, a longer extension. They were very clear.
Yes.
And also why I provided alternatives in terms of a phase-in program.
Yes.
So I provided all the reasons. So if I was given 3 months and it was not given directly to me, it was I heard it from people who said they listened to the media and were granted 3 months. For me, I accepted the 3 months.
Okay. I see Ms. Governor would like to interject, my lady.
Yes, I'll do the chance. Yes, Ms. Governor.
My lady, I'd just like to correct a submission that Ms. Rajab Badlander made. The proposition that I put to Mr. Mosenoke was not that if he asked for a further extension, he would have received one. The submission was, or the averment that I put to him was that the MEC would have applied her mind to it. But
what you said was it would have been considered, if I remember the word used, yes.
Yes, as the court pleases.
Yes. Thank you, my lady. I accept that. I accept that. The proposition put to you was that had you asked for it, she would have applied. I think that is the language she used, that the MEC would have applied her mind to it. But what you're saying, as I understand it, is that in this letter, you detail all of the various reasons why you require 6 to 12 months. And all of that was before the MEC, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe if we may ask him to respond on this, on a proper wording, and hear what he says, because this is different now to say if he had asked or if he had requested, that would have been considered, and we hear what he says in this regard.
Yes, my lady, I think the language that Ms. Governor will correct me if I'm wrong. I think the proposition she put was in relation first to Baneng, where he where he pushed on Baneng. He was given, Baneng was protected, was not, the children weren't transferred. And the implication was then, had you asked for more time than the 3 months?
In relation to the 3 months extension, because I think his evidence, he dealt extensively with the issue of Baneng, where he said, when he said it was something that was debated all along. It was not a new thing, the 1 month, 1 year, right? So if we can respond with regard to this particular one of the 3 months extension, if you can just rephrase it properly to him.
Yes, I'll do that, my lady. Mr. Mosenoki, I'm going to try and rephrase this correctly. You initially asked about Baneng and the extent and the reprieve that was given in relation to Baneng. You were thereafter asked that it was put to you as follows. You were given 3 months of an extension in relation to the entire project, not just Baneng. And proposition was put to you that if you had gone back and asked for more time, that the MEC would have applied her mind to that further request. Do you want to comment on that?
My comment is that when the 3 months was granted and it was related to media, I accepted the extension as it is given. It did not enter my mind that I will go back and ask for more, because I gave all the points why I needed 6 months or a year.
Yes.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. Mr. Mosenoki, if you had been granted the additional 6 to 12 months, what would you have been able to do at that time compared to what you were able to do with the 3 months extension you were given?
I think maybe the pressure on mental health care unit will have been relaxed a little bit in terms of visiting the NGOs that were targeted for additional beds, and also new NGOs will have been trained properly in terms of how do they care for those particular. And I think it will also have assisted in terms of proper profiling, in terms of who goes where. And it will have also assisted that some of the mistakes that happened will not have happened, because at least the people will know where they are taking this and the people to which NGO and the capacity of that particular NGO. So for me, I really wanted a phased-in program. I did not have a problem with using NGOs, because we already had about, I think, 5,000 to 6,000 mental health care patients in different NGOs across the province. So basically, that work was already being done by the department. Most of the patients were in NGOs. So it did not bother me, but the time factor was the one that was critical for me.
Yes. And the alternative proposal that you suggested in your letter, it's on the following page, 30207. 30207.
Yes.
You've told us earlier that that alternative proposal involved purchasing certain life Esidimeni buildings and just giving you I think the language you used was a backup, but to give you a little bit of a buffer. That was your alternative proposal. And if you look at paragraph 3 on page 30207, you'll see in the middle there are 3 small paragraphs. You say then over the course of a year, commencing from March 2016, a smooth, deliberate process is undertaken to depopulate the one center we are not procuring and move patients and qualifying workers to our facilities as determined by audit and assessments. You see that?
Yes.
Yes. And then you say, in this manner, we are able to move patients who need to be at NGOs with certainty that they will receive the required care, and those that need to be at home will be moved having prepared the close relatives properly. Consequently, our own PHC facilities will be ready to handle the increased load of mental health outpatients. You see that?
Yes.
Do you still think that that would have been a good alternative?
Yes, I think that was the best alternative I could think about at that time.
Yes. And you were told that this alternative was not contemplated in the planning for the marathon project. Do you have any comment on
that? Yes, because I joined while the project was already on. It was not. It was my own innovation that maybe we should look at that as an alternative.
Yes. Mr. Mosenoki, this alternative proposal wasn't just your proposal. This letter refers to the fact that this proposal is supported by the HOD, the DDG, and the Life Esidimeni project managers. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you just bear with me for a minute. My lady, I'm about to start a new section. I see that it's 5 to 4. Do you want me to continue, or do you want me to continue tomorrow?
It will be a problem. I don't want a witness to start and not finish. I just take it that obviously even the others would agree with this. Maybe because it's a new topic, we can shelve that for tomorrow morning.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, please, the court.
Yes, this will then be
the court, my lady.
Yes. So this will be the opportune time for us to adjourn until tomorrow morning. Mr. Mosenoki, as I warned you when we took our lunch break, the oath that you have taken will continue. You are still warned, and then we'll continue with your evidence tomorrow morning. The proceedings are adjourned to tomorrow is the 16th.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes. Of November 2021. We will start at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
Please the court, my lady.